Good morning, everybody. We are starting the event now. So please be seated. Honorable Chief Guests, learned visitors, respected teachers, and our beloved students, a very good morning to all of you. I, Dr. Shopurni Paul, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the GITAM School of Architecture to the first National Symposium for Students of Architecture. Today is the day to share our knowledge, network with peers, and indulge in thought provoking discussions. Please join us for the invocation.
वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं सुजला फला मलयज शीतला सस्यश्यामला मातरं वन्दे शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी द्रुमदल शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी सुखदां वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
నేతాజీ పుట్టిన చోట గీతాంజలి పూసిన చోట పాడన తెలుగులో అహంస పాడిన పాటే ఆనందుడు చూపిన బాట సాగనా పరుగు తీసింది పట్నం బ్రతుకుతో వేయి పందెం కడకు చేరాలి గమ్యం కడలి పోరా ఒకరితో ఒకరికి ముఖ పరిచయములు దొరకని క్షణముల బతుకుల కచిపిచి ఉరుకుల పరుగులలో అందాలే అష్టోత్తరం చదివించే సొగసున్నది సొగసంతా నీరాజనం అర్పించే మనసున్నది మధుర నేలు మా తెలుగు నాయకులు మధుర సాహితీ రసికతలు కట్టబొమ్మ తొడగుట్టి లేచిన తెలుగు వీర ఘన చరితల తెలుగు తమిళం జతకట్టెనెన్నడో మీనాక్షి మనసు మనసు ఒకటైన జంటకే నీ సాక్షి వరముల చిలక సురముల చిలక కరముల చిలక కలతాన హిమగిరి చిలక సింహగిరి చిలక మమతలు చిలక దిగిరావా మధుర మధుర తర మీనాక్షి కంచి పట్టుల కామాక్షి మహిని మహిమగల మీనాక్షి కాశీలో విశాలాక్షి జాజి మల్లెల ఘుమఘుమల జావళి జాజి మల్లెల ఘుమఘుమల జావళి లేత సిక్కుల సరిగమల జాబిలి అమ్మ మీనాక్షి మీనాక్షి మహానగరి కలకత్తా రామోగిరి పౌరావారధి చిరు త్యాగరాజు నీ కృతినే పలికెను మరి చిరు త్యాగరాజు నీ కృతినే పలికెను మరి ఆ మహానగరి కలకత్తా
Thank you all. Now I invite our chief guest, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, to come to the stage. I invite our chief guest, Professor Dr. Harvin Bhandari, to come on stage. I invite our director and chief patron, Professor Sunil Kumar, to come on stage. I invite our convener, Professor Shravanti ma'am, to come on stage. Ma'am, I request all of you to start the program by igniting the lamp.
अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदं तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तम् उपास्महे सुमुखश्चैकदन्तश्च कपिलो गजकर्णकः लम्बोदरश्च विकटो विघ्नराजो गणाधिपः धूम्रकेतुर्गणाध्यक्षः फालचन्द्रो गजाननः वक्रतुण्डशूर्पकर्णो हेरम्भस्कन्दपूर्वजः
Now I would request Shravanti ma'am for the inaugural address.
Good morning. A very warm and hearty welcome to all of you. The GITAM School of Architecture, GITAM University, Hyderabad is honored to host the first National Research Symposium for architecture students and research scholars. The symposium is based on the theme Architecture, Urbanism, and Built Environment. The school's mission is to inculcate the practice of writing research papers by students during their architectural studies. It is a well known fact that writing a research paper will help students to analyze, evaluate, and synthesize information from various sources, develop critical thinking skills, explore new ideas and perspectives, thereby enhancing their research skill and creative skills. The symposium theme and sub-theme are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals 2020 and G20 goals to keep the students updated with the pressing global challenges and work together towards a more sustainable future. To further help the students on research, we also conducted a series of 5 webinars on tips and techniques of research paper writing to guide the students and ongoing young researchers. Experienced academicians and researchers, scholars from various institutes, like Dr. Shivaji from IIT Hyderabad, Dr. Fayaz Ahmad from School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, Professor Dr. Harveen Bhandari, Chitkara University, and Ms. Leena Siddharthan, Deputy Librarian Geetam, uh, enlightened us on various aspects such as research writing, on conducting a systematic literature review, on searching for general research options, and also using AI for research writing. We were we are greatly indebted to them for their significant contributions. We are pleased to acknowledge the overwhelming response from the undergraduate and postgraduate students as well as PhD research scholars. We received around 60 research articles from different parts of the country and covering all the sub-themes of the symposium. The enthusiasm of the students reflected in their research is praiseworthy. Their passion to collect primary data, writings to search for information and resources, and their writing skills express their potential as future researchers and academicians. Their research and findings covered a wide range of information which were well studied, documented, appraised, and generalized. We hope that this symposium will motivate the students to research and to consider it as a future career prospect. GITAM School of Architecture is grateful to GITAM University for the opportunity to host the symposium. We express our gratitude and heartfelt thanks to our chief guests and jury members, Professor Jayashree Deshpande and Professor Dr. Harveen Bhandari. We thank our guests, participants, faculty, and our beloved students for your presence in these extreme weather conditions, and also our guests. And we are looking forward to see wonderful presentations from the students and active participation from the audience. Thank you.
Now I will request Sunil sir and Shravanti ma'am to felicitate our chief guest and jury members for the day. It is a great honor to have with us today Professor Jayashree Pandey, Director, Training and Research Center, Council of Architecture, Government of India. I would request now I would request Jayashree ma'am to make a keynote address. Now it is time to felicitate our chief guest and jury member, Professor Dr. Harveen Bhandari. She is the Dean Research and Scholastic Development, Chitkara School of Planning and Architecture, Chitkara University, Punjab. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us today. Jayashree, ma'am, we would request you for a keynote address.
A very good morning to one and all. Although a wet morning, but slightly less wet than yesterday. Before I begin, I would like to thank the host school and the director, Professor Sunil Kumar, for having me here today. And I would like to compliment the school for taking up this very important initiative to conduct a national level symposium on a subject of importance to all of us, architecture, urbanism, and the built environment. Uh, Good morning once again to all of you, dignitaries on the dais, Professor and Dr. Harvind Bhandari, who's going to be with me through the day, dignitaries and faculty from different schools of architecture who are sitting in front of me, and dear students who are here today in spite of a wet journey. I can see the participants here with expectation on their face, and I must say that it's a congratulations to all of you to be here, because I'm told that in spite of this being the first program in this field, the response has been really good. And the host school has been able to shortlist, I think, 13 best out of the 60 papers that were received. So, and in the first year, I must say that this is a very good beginning, and it bodes well for the forthcoming years. We look forward to having many more cycles of this program, one every year, and we hope that we will be rising up step by step as we move ahead. Research is an important activity and is being promoted at all levels, globally and nationally. The reason is that unless knowledge which is created at a certain level is not shared on a wider platform, it remains restricted. To be able to sit in the audience and to listen to what somebody else has worked upon is certainly a good thing, because it enhances your knowledge about that topic. But I believe that the urge should be there in each one of us who is sitting here to be able to come to this platform and similar platforms all over the world to be able to share what has been your experience of the research journey. When students, teachers, or my friends, we talk about this word research, which is so frequently used these days, I understand that people find it difficult to know where to begin. You know, we see the end product as a research paper or as a presentation, but we are unable to understand how the journey begins, which culminates in that paper which is being presented on a platform. I would like to tell you all that actually it's a very simple process and something that you need to inculcate within yourself as a habit. There are only 4 steps to be able to do a research, and believe me, they are very simple. The first is to develop a sense of question. When we were in school, we learned many words which were called question words. So these are why, where, how, when. So when you identify a topic which is of interest to you, write it down in front of you and say these words in relation to that topic. Why did it happen? where did it happen? When did this happen? And simultaneously also question what could have been different if something else had happened. So, when you start asking yourself these questions, this is when your research journey actually begins. Because initially, when you ask these questions, you would definitely not have all the answers. So, what do you do next? Next is the second step where you start reading and discussing. So, you read up and see what other people, other researchers are saying about your question. Believe me, the question that you will be addressing will not have come to you for the first time. I'm sure all over the world there would be people who would have addressed this issue in different ways. So try and read up what other people are saying about your subject. Try and discuss this with your friends, with your teachers, with experts in the subject, and try to put together what is being said about your subject. Now it becomes your subject. So that was step two. Then in the step three, since you have already put together what so many people are saying, step three involves putting together in your own words. You have noted what other people are saying. Now, make a summary of what everybody has said in your own words. And now, because you are also becoming an expert, maybe not already an expert, but now you are on the path of becoming an expert, you would have also formed an informed opinion. Try to put down that opinion in your own words. That was stage three. And the last stage is come and present on platforms like these, which are available all over, either globally, either online or offline. Pick up the courage to come and stand in front of an audience and present your findings. Respond to the questions that come from the audience because they show you a way ahead in your journey of research. So, if you're able to follow these four steps sincerely, one after the other, you will find that the journey has really been very enjoyable and it is something that gives you a great sense of satisfaction at the end when you stand and present your work. I know you will come across a lot of technical questions. So there will be somebody will ask you what is the objective of your study. Somebody will say what is your research question, what is the methodology, how did you collect the primary data, what was your literature review. Believe me, these are all technical terms, but they are simply meant to be in place so that you can formalize the understanding of your topic. Don't get daunted and scared and worried because of these terms. They're simply there to help you. But if you remember the four simple steps that we just spoke about, you will find that your research journey becomes much simpler. I hope that this platform, which has been opened up today for all of us here, continues to welcome and bring forth new discussions on new topics and bring this knowledge to the fraternity in the printed form. I'm informed that the publishing that is expected to come as an outcome of this initiative, this symposium, will be shared with all of us in due course. And that is what is the culminating object of this whole process. I thank you once again, the coordinators of the program, Professor Sunil, Dr. Shavanti, Dr. Shupurni, who have been with me throughout for the last so many days, telling me about their work here and telling me how the work is coming on. Thank you so much. I once again compliment you all for taking this step and wish you all the best for so many more successful cycles of this program. Thank you. And all the very best to all the participants who have come from so many different parts of the country to present their work here. Believe me, although there will be three best identified, maybe your five best identified, at the end of the day, you're all winners because you have been chosen from a much larger pool. And to be able to stand here and present your work is itself a prize for all of you. Congratulations and all the very best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the words of wisdom. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you in our future events. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Harvin Bhandari to make us a presentation.
A very good morning to all of you. So, was it nice reaching campus in the rain? Okay, great. So, it's good you guys are all here. And we reached yesterday. It's my first visit to Hyderabad, and I came to know there is an alert and the campuses have been closed. But I thank the coordinators, the Professor Sunil and his team, and Dr. Paul for making the research symposium happen. And Jayashree ma'am has already set the stage by saying that such events are a need of the hour because we need to train our students in research, specifically students from architecture. Though I believe the students in other domains are already they are into research, but for us it is a beginning and it's never too late to begin anything. So I started my research in 2013 and it's 10 years. And there is always one day when you begin. So this research symposium also lays a beginning for all of you in the career of research where you've started by presenting your first paper, maybe for some, on a national platform. So I congratulate you. My presentation today, I have named it Critical Thinking and Technical Writing. This is something I have taken for my PhD scholars as well as for the BArt students, because I think when you start thinking critically and when you develop that aptitude, you think of writing something. So this was my first association with GITAM School through the webinar series, and I made a presentation that day talking about the literature review, if some of you had heard that day, and it was a good session. I had the first interaction with your campus. So today I'm going to talk about from the point of view of students. I've tried to make my presentation as simple as possible so that you can get to the core. Ma'am has already outlined some 6 steps you need to begin with. I'll just give you a brief outline today what a report comprises of and what a research paper comprises of. So, a report writing for students is generally the process of using alphabets, punctuation, sentences, words to communicate your thoughts and ideas which are in a readable form. And report writing is a methodological, well organized written section document where you define something, you analyze it. It can be an issue, a problem, or an idea that you want to talk about. Generally, for students, it is a report that needs to be submitted at a school or a university, which is an academic report, or a report at your job, which can be a business or a technical report. There are some stages of report writing which you all are already, I think, familiar with. The first part is when you get a topic from your head, from your subject in charge. You start planning your report. You make a team, you think about the subject matter, you think about the readers, what is the purpose, why I need to write this report. The second part is the information collection. Where am I supposed to get the data? Whatever I want to put into add to my report, where will I get it? So that involves a lot of thought process, consideration, collecting data, organizing it under various headings, subheadings, reading, and then rereading, preparing the first draft of your report, introduction, main body, conclusions, and so on, other subsections. And the last part is the review and finalization of your report, which is where you examine your draft, you read it, you reread it, and you check for errors, finalize it, and submit it. Now, these stages can easily be set into three critical steps. One is planning, planning the entire purpose, the preliminary research, outline, how to organize it, writing, phrasing, putting it into words, whatever you have thought about, whatever you want to bring into the domain of research. And the last part is revising it, the grammar, the proofreading, the verifying purpose of it. So generally, when I talk about report, it can be a technical report, it can be a non-technical report. And for students of architecture, that you generally write is the literature study report, the estimation and valuation report that you submit for this subject, the market survey reports that you all go to the market, survey about, and submit for your building materials. Am I right? You're also submitting these reports? Okay, then is the professional internship report. Once you come back, you present it entire in the form of report, drawings, where you tell your professional internship in charge what you did in those 6 months. And then last is the architectural thesis report. So for the thesis report, the general structure we follow is the title page. There is an abstract to it. You have a table of contents, an introduction, a body, some figures, it can be tables, it can be equations, a conclusion to it, recommendations, references, and some appendices as in depending upon your area. So for example, there is a report, it says proposed development of cultural center at some place, which is an architectural design project. You can design, you can be as creative, you can being an architect. You have a nice cover page for your report talking about the abstract, where you provide a summary of what you're going to include in the entire report, the table of contents, which gives us an outline of all the sections, the headings, your site investigations, your contextual studies, case studies, the project background, any additional feature that you have introduced in your report, any kind of comparative studies. Then comes the main body of your report. This is where you can have a lot of things. You can have analysis of facts, you can have unbiased information. As I said, it can be in form of figures, tables, graphs, or any kind of equations. Generally, the key is we use indirect speech. We need to be as brief, factual, and we need to use past tense, because this is something which has already been achieved, already been done by some of you and some of the other researchers in your field whom you have referred to. Moving to the reference section, this is very important. We normally add it, and now so in architectural thesis reports also, almost all the institutes are sending the reports to the university, plagiarism check, they are getting it checked, and they are asking the students to cite the references, because whatever work you're taking it from somebody who's worked on it, that needs to be carefully cited and sourced. So a well-formatted document or a well-formatted report should have a proper formatting. There are font selection, font size, the presentation, the page size, margins. All these will vary institute to institute and guideline to guideline, but generally you're given the thesis guidelines, which complies with almost all the schools. They are same. So we give those students the layout, and it's very important to structure your report well, your chapter, your headers, footers, what you're going to highlight, what is the figure, what is the caption, so that anybody who reads your report gets to see the good work, the effort you've put in. You need to be brief, factual, and start putting your words into creative sentences. You need to express yourself openly. That's what we do for a report. Now, when I talk about a research paper or a proposal, this research proposal can be your proposal for pursuing master's or PhD. So, this is something where you do not get a topic. So, the first step to begin your process begins with a big question mark. What am I supposed to write? What is that topic that is of interest to me? Then nowadays what we do, we use all kind of search engines. Hardly I think anybody goes to library now. People have become so techno savvy, so they'll open up the Google search engines and find out words and keywords. So that is what everybody is doing, and I don't see a harm in that because it keeps you updated with the latest. So the first step that you begin with for a proposal writing or a research paper is the use of different search engines. Google is something you all are familiar with. Google Scholar is also, now most of the scholars and the students, they are aware that if they need to consult or they need to get technical papers, so they have to go to Google Scholar and type it, and from where you can avail all citations and all the background data. There are some more search engines which I suggest the students should refer. This is Abesco, ProQuest, Science Direct, Wiley, Taylor and Francis, Sage, IndusScience, and Emerald. These are some of the reputable publishers. So what you can do is, if you think you've selected a topic, but you're kind of unsure whether the reader would like to read your topic, so you can go to these search engines, you type those keywords, you will come to know how many papers have been published on this topic, how many times it has been cited, how many times is the keyword being used in different journals, different publication avenues. So sometimes you type sustainable environment, it says 1 lakh, 2 lakh something. So which means it's an area where people are writing and they like to read about it. So that will help you decide that the topic you are planning to pick up for writing is good enough for your readers. Beginning with the components of a research paper. Now, since everybody has written, I'm sure they must have followed this format. Generally, you know, the standard research methodology books give a format. Is anyone aware of that? What is that called? The technical composition of a research paper, which is generally followed by the engineering and other branches. So that's called the IMRAD format, where you have an introduction, methodology, result, analysis, and discussion. But since we are born different, we are architects, we are bound to be creative, so we have our own sections. So when we submit a paper for a conference, we name it, we give the different sections names on depending upon the content of our paper, the content of the area, the subject you're writing. But when you need to submit your paper for a reputable publisher, somehow you need to adhere to those subheadings. You may lead to little modifications because that is the key to the selection of the paper by the review committee. So more or less, we work with an abstract, an introduction, a literature review section, the research methodology section, which is very, very important part of the paper, the results and discussion, what have you inferred. Final is your conclusion, references. I'll give you a quick overview because I don't think I should be taking much time since you all are going to present your work today. So we have these different sections, and what to do in this section. This is the key and abstract, which gives you a small gist. This will vary. The IEEE conferences ask for a 200-word abstract. Some of the conferences will ask you for a 150-word. Some conferences ask for an extended abstract, which is 1,000 words. The outline, the introduction, your literature review section, where you talk about what has been previously done on that area. It can be the methodology section if you're doing a normal research. It can be the materials and methods if you're working on a paper which is dealing with some kind of composition of a building material. The results, where you illustrate your findings through graphs, through SPSS, or any kind of mathematical softwares. The discussion section, where you place your results in context with the previously done research. Whatever I have found out for my study, that is there, but I need to compare it. I need to even contrast it with what is done previously. The recommendations, this is very important. Often the young scholars, they miss it because research is a continuous process. It should never stop at anything. So whenever you finish your research, you need to give recommendations for future research so that the other scholars can pick up threads from your research and take it up further. Limitations, many a times we feel, if I will present my limitation, my paper will not be selected, but it is not so. Every study has a limitation, and it is bound to have, because we are all humans. So you should definitely mention limitation, because your limitation also acts as a motivating step for others. If there is a limitation in one paper, probably I am able to solve that in my next paper. So the conclusion section, the last is acknowledgement and the references. Okay. This is an abstract, how it should look like. This was a paper submitted for an IEEE conference. It should be brief, comprehensive enough to indicate the nature. So whatever 5, 6, 7 lines you write in the abstract, it should be a gist of the entire paper. You should be able to summarize the aim, the purpose of your research, what is the study going to do. This is called a non-structured abstract, which you all are familiar with. But when you send your paper for a journal, especially the Emerald journals and some of the other publishers also, they ask you for a unstructured, structured abstract. So the previous one was a non-structured. This is a structured abstract where the abstract has to be split up into sections. So whenever my students, they come up with an idea or writing a paper, so I always suggest them, even though they haven't asked for a structured abstract, but the first step to begin with, go in for a structured one. Because when you start putting your data under these headings, purpose, what was the design or the methodology, the findings, the research limitations or implications, the originality. This is very important. This will easily help you to put in all that is required in an abstract into your abstract, and later on you can remove the subheadings if they are not required. The keywords are very important because as I told you, if you want to search, आपको ये देखना भी है कि the paper you are writing, whether everybody wants to read it या उस पे कितना काम हुआ है. So you put those keywords on the Google Scholar and it gives you how many times it has been used. So whatever keywords you are using for your paper, they are very important because people will type those keywords and then they will search your paper also. And when your paper is searched and it is cited, that is the benefit of research writing, so that it goes into the domain and people are reading it. Then introduction. The introduction, you are supposed to write what is known. This is very important. Sometimes we miss that. We start writing the introduction that I want to do this study is this. We create a base, but that's not how it should be done. You should first talk about what is already known, what has been achieved by other scholars, by other publishers, what is unknown. Then you come to the gap. What is there that something is not being talked about, not being researched on, and this is what you're going to do in your paper. How and why should you fill that gap? So these are 3 important points. What is known, what is unknown, how and why. That will help you structure your introduction section. So this basically talks about the problem statement. What is the problem? What are you going to address in the paper? The purpose and the significance of the research paper. This is a recently published paper by one of my scholars. So if you have a look at the introduction paragraph, the first paragraph generally introduces the word public space because the paper talks about recreational and public spaces. The second paragraph, it says before they were designed, what were the officials, what has been done, they were the breathing spaces, what were the trends. And then the third paragraph, we start talking about the significance of this research, which says this paper discusses how they can play a role or what kind of research or what parameters you're going to include in this paper. So basically splitting your introduction section into the problem statement, purpose, and the significance of research. Literature review, I had already taken a session in this webinar. It's a very vast topic. So I would only give you some tips that whatever you choose, the research problem is and exactly what has been accomplished. You need to make that very clear. Give evidence of your own competence in the field, whether you are a participant, whether you did some observation, direct observation, participant observation, you actually went on the site, when was the survey conducted, all these kind of details. They enhance the originality of your research. What previous work needs to be done, what needs to be continued, and from where. It should be selective and critical, because when you start typing on Google Scholar, you get a number of papers and you have to be really selective, picking up only those papers that match your research area. Discussion of work done by others should lead the reader to a clear idea how you will build upon the past research and your work differs from there. This is very important to state in your literature review that what has been done previously and what you are doing, how is it different from what has already been achieved. So every research paper needs to add something new to the domain of research. So literature review, generally we talk about two things, empirical studies and a general literature review. It can be a narrative, it can be a systematic literature review. You can go for bibliometric analysis also. So you can have introduction, material, result, discussion section, some key phrases, or you can talk about qualitative research also, defining your concepts, summarizing the points, building up a theoretical background, taking up a theory which has been previously proved or validated. Sometimes you take up a theory which has not been empirically validated, so that can also be a topic for your research. This is just an example of a literature review where this was not a systematic literature review. This is a normal literature review, but we picked up 4-5 constructs that we wanted to talk about. Social return, and I especially showed this paper because everybody is a lot into Insta, Facebook. So whenever you go to a heritage site, this paper talks about your pictures that you post on the social media, then the likes you get on those pictures, which is termed as social return. So social return is affected by a number of things: your memorable tourism experience, your revisit intention, your recommend intention. So we picked up those 4-5 constructs and we start writing the literature review in 4 or 5 subsections depending upon your research constructs. So literature review, I picked up a paper from Taylor and Francis just to give you a glimpse that the paper says, supposedly I picked up something, a sentence which says that a windows occupy 20 to 40% of the facade in green buildings. And this is analysis done by somebody else, right? And I need to use this in my literature review section, which means interpreting the data and sourcing the same data which says 20 to 40% is already there. It occupies that facade, and then later on it, curtain walls allowing values of 50 to 75% facade transparency. So this has already been researched by somebody, already been proven. But I am using this data for my literature review because it is substantiating my research. So the first thing I can do is I pick up those words, I use inverted commas, and I mention the name of the authors and year of publication, clearly stating that the following author, ABC, in his publication in the year mentioned this, and this research is a step further to this. If he said it is 20 to 40%, maybe I talk about another space, facade design, or more values of curtain walling. The second way is, now the first step, if you mention it directly, this is going to be 100% plagiarized. So when you submit your research paper for the plagiarism check, it will highlight all those lines that these are exactly taken from this source. And it also tells the document from where it has been taken and how much percent has been taken. So as students, you really need to understand, because sometimes we feel if we are taking it from somewhere, how will they come to know? So it is not like that anymore. The second sentence, you can see I have made slight variations. I've changed the English, I've changed the grammar 20 to 40%, 50 to 70%, but the basic data remains the same. And in this case also, this data is not mine. I haven't researched it. So I have to mention the in-text citation, which is the name of the author, and publication, because if I'm using a data by somebody else, I need to cite it as an ethical researcher. So this will, a second point may show 50%, 70% plagiarism. The third point, if you clearly read, you will only find the correct values, 50 to 75%, 20 to 40%, the rest, the entire sentence is rephrased. Now, in this case, again, I have to mention the name of author and the year of publication. So the main idea is whatever data I am taking from somebody else's paper in the literature review section, the amount of plagiarism depends on me कि मुझे कितना actual उसको cite करना है, और अगर if I have to reduce my plagiarism, I will have to reword it, but I am supposed to mention the name of that researcher who has done it, because that is ethics and it is not my work. So types of research methodology, there are a lot of types. You get to read them: exploratory, conclusive. You can go in for surveys, you can go in for case studies. Normally we opt for case studies and we build our case on a case study approach, applied research, analytical, descriptive, any kind of methodology. But what is important is your paper has a special section, research methodology. This can be sometimes split into the survey instrument or data collection, and then talking about the, if it is a survey based research, you have to give the complete demographic profile and the characteristics of your respondents. And if you have to submit that paper to a journal which is Scopus indexed also, then you need to be very careful in your research methodology and literature review section. Because sometimes when we submit it for a conference, we may sometimes miss the methodology, though that's not preferred. You should always write a few lines on the methodology that you have adopted to conduct that research, to give your reviewer, to give your audience a better understanding how you did it and how their work can be different from yours. So this paper, we talked about the risks that the students faced in the adoption of online teaching system post-COVID. This was a paper that was published. So we picked up a theory and we picked up some constructs and took interviews and then evaluated them on Likert scale and presented the result. And it also gives you that a total of 329 responses were received. And after scrutiny, these were ref 311 were finally included in the final sample. The last section is the result and discussion, where you bring out your findings, what is the result of the research conducted, and discussion and implication. Sometimes people get confused. What is the difference between the result and discussion? Result is the result, what you get from your research. Discussion is where you compare your results to the previously done research in that area. Your results match it, it is good enough. You should quote that research. They do not match, again, it is good. So don't be afraid to compare and contrast your results, because if they do not match, then you have added a valuable finding to your research paper. So limitations should also be described by the authors. This is again a paper on pilgrim experience, because this was my PhD area on a religious heritage site. So if you look at the result section, there was a table that was put up where we listed all the constructs, we presented how, and on the basis of the survey done with the visitors coming to that heritage site, we asked them about the issues they face. So there were different words, different terms used by different people. So now there are software. So you put all those words in the software and it generates a word cloud of those respondent responses. And through that word cloud, you easily come to know that the words which are bigger in font have been used by maximum people, and those that are small or they are fading, they may be used by one or two researchers. So it quickly gives you a glimpse of the survey done, the result, and your discussion part of your paper. So the conclusion section, normally we think we are going to conclude it. We will say, okay, this was done, the research variable, the hypothesis accepted or rejected, but it's not so. The conclusion should also talk about the scope and limitations. What was the scope of the work that you took up for the research? And then also list the anticipated limitations that you may have faced during the empirical phase. It can vary from the sample size to the sample context, to the limitation of doing a research in one private or a state university, or a gender-based research. So limitation can be anyways, but it should be well presented and clearly stated. The future research directions, you should always leave some strands for future researchers so that the process continues. My PhD scholar, my PhD supervisor always told me one thing, that research is like a, necklace. They are like different pearls to it by different authors, by different researchers. You pick up every bead and fit it into your necklace, but you pick up only those which fit into your necklace. And ultimately, when you finish it, you should leave some strands for others to take your research. If your research ends at something 100% accurate, that this is the answer and closed, then the research doesn't have any future. So this is an example of a conclusion section. This was a paper written on examining teacher satisfaction. We recently got published in Emerald. If you look at the first section, it discusses the scope of the work, that this study contributes to the extant literature on teacher satisfaction in higher education. What were the various factors? What is the role of that to moving to an online mode during the COVID-19 and so on in the higher education institutes? And in the second paragraph, we are talking about how this will provide guidelines for the management, for the owners of the higher educational institutions, especially those. This paper was on hospitality management education business. So we talked about certain indicators, what is the perceived organizational support, the teacher's performance anxiety, the teacher's engagement with the student while taking an online class. So what were the results? And then leaving some strands for the future, that currently this is talking about this, but in future, you can take up this, you can talk about teacher satisfaction, you can talk about more variables, you can take a diverse sample, you can even replicate this research on a different stream. So references, the last part, this is very important. You need to type in your paper until the time you are trained in writing a reference. Some of you are using Mendeley. There is another simple way. You just need to go to the Google Scholar, type the name of the paper and click on the site or those two um, um, grammatical words, and there it gives you a list of different type of referencing systems that are being in use by various publishers. Now it depends on the journal you are sending your paper for review. Some of them may follow APA, some may follow the Harvard style. So this will give you, you can pick up the reference directly from here and add it to the reference section. Only for IEEE conferences, they have a different format. So you need, but you will get the entire information from this. You only need to jiggle with the words. Sometimes they will use the first name of the author. Sometimes they bring it the surname and the initials. In India, normally we follow the APA style. And talking about APA, these references are absolutely mandatory for every kind of report and research paper. So you should refer to the 7th edition, which is the latest one. You open this on a PDF online and you will get a list like this, that if there are one author, you have to mention this, two authors, you have to write like this. If it is for a book, it's for a journal. We use a lot of news articles for our research, how to cite that, how to cite an online PDF or a government website. So it will give you all those details, how you're going to cite that. The references that you add can be of two types. It can be a parenthetical citation or a narrative citation where you mention the author and you say that he stated this. That is called the narrative because you're narrating his words. If you talk about something which has been reworded for your research, matching your research objectives, so you call it a parenthetical citation. A parenthetical citation is with the name and year in brackets, but a narrative citation can be different. It can always be, like this, the ones highlighted, and the parenthetical is completely enclosed in brackets, and this comes at the end of the sentence before your full stop. So these references, generally they include the author's name, year, journal, or the conference title, the volume, issue number, page numbers, and DOI, which is the digital object identifier. Every piece of research that has been published in a good domain in a good avenue has a special unique DOI, and you can easily find that article using that DOI. As you can see, HTTPS, these are live links. You click on that and it will take you directly to that research paper. And some of the journals, specifically Emerald, they ask you to include this DOI in the reference, because once the paper goes for review, the reviewers click those links and actually check whether these papers exist. So that is the reason nowadays we ask our students to be very selective while including papers in the literature review, because sometimes we use papers from conferences or from predatory journals, some journals who are charging you high APC to publish your paper online, but there is no use because they will not give you DOI and it will never be indexed. So always send your paper to a good publication which has name in the market, and you know that they are going to review it and publish it. So this is the last slide I think I showed in the webinar also, and I always show it to my students and everyone, that you should avoid plagiarism, because even if you steal a few words, you are still a thief. So try and write what is your own. Don't copy, and don't even think of using somebody else's lines, assuming that nobody will ever come to know. Now the technology is very fast. The system quickly gives you, and if you have ever given your research paper for a plagiarism check, so it gives a long list of all those sources, 1%, 0.5, 2%, 3%. This is the percentage of data that you've actually taken from that site. And it was very surprising to see it at the first instant. I don't know how many of you must have seen it, but it is a good exercise. So next time you send it for plagiarism check, just check the last page. So you will come to know that how much you should need to refer, because generally beyond 2% if you take from one source. So some of the reputed journals like Taylor and Francis, they do not accept your paper. They will ask you to reword it, to change it. And the limit that you can take from different sources for journals is 10%. For conferences is 15%, which means if you're writing a document for 15 page, the plagiarism limit is only 10%. And this implies for your thesis reports also, as well as your PhD reports. Now, what are the benefits of research writing? You are known in the domain. Your page is there on the Google Scholar. You must be typing Google Scholar. Have you ever seen a researcher's page? So when you open his page, you get to know what are the different publications he's into it, he or she, from the year they started, what is the research graph, what is their H index, what is their I10 index. Now, these are little different terms, how many times their papers have been cited. So this also gives you an information that if the papers are being cited again and again, so it means there are some quality information in it which should be referred and spread further. Thank you very much. I would close by saying writing is not just the technical act of your fingers or just writing something on the keyboard. It is living, it is an art that you do from heart. Thank you. Any questions? Anybody wants to ask something? I hope I didn't take much time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experiences and valuable knowledge with us. And now it is time for the tea break. I request all of you to proceed to the lobby for the tea and some snacks, and come back to the hall by 10:30. We will start with the presentation of our participants. Welcome back, everybody. Please be seated. We will start soon. So we will start with the first technical session for today, which is presentation by the undergraduate students. There are 10 presentations in this session, and everybody is given 12 minutes for the presentation. So the first presenter of today is Ms. Harshita Alluri from GITAM School of Architecture.
Good morning. I am Harshita Alluri. I'm a student from GITAM School of Architecture. My topic is mixed use settlements in a metro city, effects on people and context. So, mixed use settlement is a building or combination of buildings that are designed to physically and functionally integrate multiple uses such as commercial, institutional, recreation, and other activities with residential. This practice isn't new. If we look around in older parts of a city, we see that there are many stores on the main roads and then residences are on the tertiary and secondary lanes. Also, we find buildings that are having retail stores on the ground level and then residences on the upper floor. Mixed use can be of three types. It is vertical, horizontal, and a combination of both, depending on the size of the land. Vertical is mixing multiple functions in a single building, but it is essential to keep in mind what are the different functions that are being used in a building or that are being mixed in a building. Coming to horizontal, each building would occupy its own envelope and would spread across the site. The main concept of mixed use neighborhoods is live, work, and leisure. Live is the residential, work is as the commercial, leisure is the recreational spaces. The main advantages of this type of concept is minimum use of vehicles, walkable neighborhoods, and increased access via transit, resulting in reduced transportation costs, more economic development, and more compact development. The local residents in a particular area will be the customers of the local retail stores, and those stores will be providing amenities for them. Also, a strong neighborhood character is developed, which also develops the sense of the place. My study aims to understand the overall setting of a mixed-use settlements and how these places are being used in different parts of Hyderabad. So to study in depth, I've selected three different parts of Hyderabad. One is from Old City, then KPHB Colony, and then from Kondapur. Selection criteria for these three areas is areas with different function in one place. Then the local residents here would be of different backgrounds, of different age groups, different occupations, etc. And then the three places mainly belong to different time periods of development. One is Old City from the historic times, KPHP colony that is developed during the last few decades, and Kondapur, which is the recent development, has a future scope of expansion also. Coming to the first area, Old City, it is in the central part of Hyderabad. The main street is selected for the study. This area is densely populated, and usually the buildings here are 1 or 2 storied high. Main access to this place is from metro. The nearest station is Gandhi Bhavan metro station. It can be accessed from private vehicles and buses also. If you look, oh sorry. If you look at this map, we see that along the main street are the commercial spaces. Then we have mixed spaces, that is retail on the ground floors and residential on the upper floors. And then on the secondary and the tertiary lanes, we have residences. This is Makkah Masjid. This is Chowmahalla Palace. This is the parking area for the monument. And these two are the other famous landmarks here. Coming to the context of area, this area is surrounded by Chowmahalla Palace, Lad Bazaar, Mecca Masjid, High Court, and many other small cafes and retail stores. So coming to the live, leisure, and work of this place, there are residences, work, the markets. Most of the people staying here work in the markets here itself. And for leisure, we have shopping, restaurants, and all. From my study, there are few strengths and weaknesses that I would like to share. The strengths here are this place is always busy. The streets are always active, and hence there is surveillance, which is ultimately safe for the people here. The sides of the streets are very busy. Like there are local vendors on the sides of the streets, which is actually an advantage, while disadvantage also. Advantage is because small businesses are being supported, while disadvantage is because people are stopping by them, and hence the traffic is on hold. The streets are very active. Most of the people work here, are living in the same neighborhood. Interaction among the residents is really good, and they all hold a sense of place. Coming to the weakness, there is no parking. Recently, there's an initiative for Charminar, that is the pedestrianization of the streets. Vehicles are allowed for only up to 300 meters from the main monument. This is the parking area. So vehicles aren't allowed beyond this point. We have to park here and go there. But then that is not really sufficient for the high amount of footfall we have here. There is no dedicated pedestrian path, and the roads are really narrow and congested for the pedestrians. Hence, they tend to move on the main roads, which is also leading to traffic. I also conducted a small survey, and a questionnaire was circulated among the local residents there. So, from that feedback, these are my observations. Recreational people here find the recreational activities are sufficient for them, while the maintenance of streets is really good, because this is a very famous monument in Hyderabad. So the government and the local bodies do take care of the streets. Vehicular circulation is really high for the monument here. Then there is high amount of traffic density, hence leading to the noise pollution. Then there is crowd, because it's not only just for the monument, but this area is also densely populated, so it is a very crowded place. Coming to the interaction among neighbors, it is really good. Most of the people find it really safe to stay among there, because neighbors are very well connected to each other. The overall look of the place, it is very satisfactory to the local residents, and people are really satisfied with the green spaces over there. It is all the buildings that are there. Coming to the next area, that is KPHB Colony. It is a well-planned and developed locality in the northwestern part of Hyderabad. It is adjacent to the JNTU High-Tech City Road and the National Highway 65. It is moderately dense settlement, and usually the buildings here are G+2 or G+3. Most of the buildings here are mixed, that is residential on the top floors and the retail on the ground floors. I've selected this street for study here. If we see on both sides of the street, most of them are mixed. That is retail on the bottom and the residential on top. And on the secondary streets, we have the residences. Most of the retail here are general stores. There's the post office, banks, ATM, vegetable stores, pharmacies, etc. Coming to the live, work, and leisure, there are small residential apartments that are single studio rooms to 2 BHKs and 3 BHKs. Offices there are small scale software offices, schools, retail stores, and other IT. Also, this is very near to the IT hub of Hyderabad. For coming to leisure, there are shopping centers, malls, cinema theaters, restaurants, everything in walkable distance from this street. Then the strengths, coming to the strengths and weakness, all the streets are always busy, and they are again surveillance and safety. Then activeness of the streets. Most of the people living here work in different sectors, but travel from here to other parts of the city is also very easy from public transport. Interaction among the residents is really good, and they hold a sense of place. Coming to the weakness, office buildings have more visitors, but there's no sufficient parking in each buildings, so that they tend to park on the streets, and it's again causing more traffic. Congestion for the pedestrians. Pedestrians mostly occupied the pedestrian paths are mostly occupied by street vendors. and hence the roads are very narrow. From the survey that I conducted in this area, it is found that people are happy with the recreational facilities. The maintenance of the streets is good, but then the vehicular circulation is really problematic here because of the narrowness of the streets. Traffic is also high during some parts of the day. Noise pollution is really high because they are closely packed towards the road. Uh, Interaction between the neighbors and the overall look of the place is also satisfactory to them. And green spaces, they're also satisfied with them because they have few parks in this colony. Coming to the third area, that is Kondapur area, it is a suburban which lies in the western part of Hyderabad. Due to its proximity to Hyderabad's IT corridor, the neighborhood has recently developed into a prominent commercial and residential hub. On the main street, we have commercial spaces. On the secondary lanes, we have residences here. Here, all the commercial spaces here are restaurants, retail stores, and there is a recreational place here that is a mall. Again, access to this place is from metro, bus, and private vehicles. Coming to Kondapur, the live and leisure is there are a variety of residences for everybody, like luxury residences to small houses. The workplaces IT hub is very near to this place. For leisure, we have shopping centers, malls, cinema theaters, restaurants, etc. Coming to the strengths, this area, because it is recently developed, it is well equipped with CCTV cameras and surveillance. Also, because it is a lot of adjacent space is given, a lot of buffer is given to all the buildings. So even though if there is any vendor or park or a vehicle is parked in front of any store, there is sufficient amount of space to travel on the road. The sides of streets are always free. Most of the people staying here work in the IT hub, so they have a workplace here. Due to the construction of a flyover, the road recently became very narrow. They're still trying to figure out because they also have a buffer space here. They're planning for road extension. But people here, there is very less interaction among the residents and they find no sense in place. Coming to the observations from the feedback, the recreational facilities are good. The maintenance of streets is very good. The vehicles circulation is also sufficient because of the width of the roads. Traffic density is there, but because of the new addition, that is the flyover, the traffic is controlled here. Green spaces is really good. We have few parks in this area again, this one and this one. So coming to the conclusions, few common observations from all the three places is all the three are densely populated areas. People with different age groups are residing in these places. The traffic congestion due to overcrowding, that is either insufficient width of the roads and either the pedestrian paths that are occupied by street vendors. Streets are always busy and they are constantly monitored. A variety of functions are involved in these places. These neighborhoods satisfy the basic needs of the local residents, so they don't really need to travel to other parts of the city. And coming to my final conclusions, when a mixed use development is implemented, urban areas become more active. There is greater security and safety. There are more social interactions among people, and it is also public transport friendly. By reducing the length and daily number of trips to their work, the need for car ownership and is reduced and they save money on transportation costs. By boosting foot traffic, mixed use development also helps the local neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshita. Any question from our judges?
Hello. Yeah. I'm audible now. I must first compliment you on the work that you have done. Very nicely presented also, the sequence and the way you have gone about doing the work. I have a few questions though.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke about that triangle where you said live and work and a combination of both leisure, I think you put. No, go to the next one. Yeah, this one. So, since you're talking about the effect on people, I thought it may be a good idea. Perhaps you have already worked on that, but not presented here. Look at what maybe a socialist or an architect who has worked in this domain says. For example, Patrick Geddes spoke about what was that work, folk, place. So this is almost similar to
Yeah.
what he has said. So if you can give a reference to that and look at what has been the effect, it would strengthen the work. The second thing is when you did the questionnaire, I'm not clear about what made you select those indicators for the questionnaire. If if there is a background, the questionnaire speaks about the same indicators for all three areas.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you tell us what made you select those, then again, once again, it strengthens your
Yeah.
observations because you're looking at recreational maintenance vehicle. So there could be other indicators also of the effect of on people. You know, your title says mixed use settlement and the effect on people and context. So the context I think is fairly well handled because you looked at three different kinds of areas. But the effect on people, there could be more indicators. So uh, why you have chosen certain, if you can maybe express that now also, it would be good.
The main reason for selecting these parameters is because when we or normal citizens, when they try to look for a place in a community, they look for mostly they look for these parameters when they are buying a home or renting a home in an area. There are many more, but then just a short list of few here. So when I'm trying to circulate this with more people, most of them don't understand different other parameters. These are the ones that commonly most of us understand, and these are the ones that we look when we are finding a home in an area. So I thought they'll be a little connected with the people, or they'll get connected to these parameters and they can understand them really well. So I thought these 9 will be easy for them to understand.
Okay.
We look after, if we are buying a home in an area, we look for these things there. There are several other parameters, but a few of them are just listed here.
I don't have a question, it's just a suggestion. When you take these parameters, as I also mentioned in the presentation, you should definitely refer back to the previous literature because sometimes you find additional parameters which you can take up. Sometimes you may even mention that the parameters mentioned in the so called research do not suit the context of this research. So I'm modifying it and adding it new. In that case, what happens is whatever parameters finally you take up in all the three case examples, they will become the key indicators to find out the effect of people and context in such kind of settlements. You will be able to give sound conclusions as well as the findings will lead to future research because people may try to question your parameters, adding it or deleting some of that. So that is how you set the future research to it. So that's
Any question from the audience? Okay, so we move to the second presenter of the day, Ms. Tejasvi from GITAM School of Architecture, Hyderabad.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tejasvi, and I'm from GITAM School of Architecture. Today, my topic is about interconnectedness of urban streets and human behavior. So, as mentioned previously by ma'am, that the research starts with a huge question mark, and how I selected my topic and why I selected my topic. So, usually, when you visit a place, a new place, people usually tend to have an impression whether is it a positive place, whether it's a negative place, and how does it change when you go to the same place again, and why does a particular type of public space become your getaway? So how these spaces impact human behavior, this is what my research paper aims. There are two objectives. The first one is to examine the relationship between the urban streets and human behavior. And the second one is to identify the key factors defining the interconnectedness of streets and their impact on human behavior. So, for the methodology, these are the factors I have chosen to pursue my findings. And these factors include street design such as various design elements, streets, sidewalks, pathways, vehicular, pedestrian, etc. And pedestrian behavior, understanding how pedestrians act in various situations in the environment of the urban street. And for driver behavior, understanding how drivers act on the urban street is crucial for ensuring safety. And for social interactions, streets in cities are significant social gathering places. So research in this social interactions looks at how street design influences and how people interact with each other. And coming to crime and safety, on urban streets, crime and safety are significant concerns, and understanding how these variables influence behavior in people is essential. So these are the 5 factors I have looked into for my case studies. So for the first case study, I've chosen Gulzaras Market Street, which is in Old City, Hyderabad, which is located near Charminar. So this is basically a street market where I have done an interview and questionnaire to the people around there about the first impression of the place, or why do they go back to the place, what is their impression on the places. So those 3 points are the most common answers that I found out from the questionnaire. Usually there are very tiny lanes which are very crowded and very congested, and these places act as a social interaction and social community for the people and the tourists. And also the streets are very poorly kept and very ill maintained. And I have done an user activity from morning, afternoon, and evening. So from my observations, in the mornings, there's more transporting goods and opening of shops, and in the afternoon, also more transit, shopping, and walking. So I've done this to understand why a human or a user pursues that place, to understand how is that activities affecting the behavior of the human. And the second case study I've done on the Tankburn Road, which is near Hyderabad. So the first case study was something like an old historical place, and this is something a recently very developed place near Tankburn Road. And the same method follow where I've done the questionnaire and took interviews. And these are the common points which I've gotten out of those interviews. One is the presence of street furniture and facilities such as walking and cycling paths, benches, and picnic tables. Those are the main reasons why people usually come there. They have very wide spaces for walking, cycling, and etc. And these streets are very comfortable, and they have many other amenities like gazebos, and those, as it is located nearby Hussain Sagar Lake, and it has many viewpoints. And it also, since it's a developing area, it's still developing, so it's a tourist attractive place, and that leads to many visitors here. And yeah, I have done the user activity graph here too, from morning, afternoon, and evening. So here, the most thing you observe is usually walking, relaxing. Yeah, those are the main activities. And the third case study is done on KPHP phase 1. So this is a mix of commercial and residential place. Uh, in the graph, the one shows the primary roads and the two shows the secondary roads. So uh, this is arranged in a grid pattern where each street has a different activity. For example, one street has mainly only for shopping street, and the other street is only for food, and the other street is only for farmers market. So each street is specifically identified through different activities here. Yeah. But so because of these markets, there are many users attracted here, and the roadways are also not well maintained. Even I have done the questionnaire and interviews here. The markets here offer a wide range of products from all over Hyderabad. So this is also one of the primary reason why it has many users. And here also I have done the user activity graph. The most thing you observe would be shopping, since it's a marketplace. So the first one I've done was historical place. The second was the developing place, mostly for walking and cycling. And the third one is for marketplace. So as I have mentioned in the two objectives, the first objective was to examine the relationship between urban streets and human behavior. Through this analysis, through this study, this is what I found. So this shows the relationship between the factors affecting human behavior of urban spaces and also the factors affecting the design guidelines. So these are these factors, what I have done, these components which leads us to using the design guidelines for the particular urban place. And for the second objective, I mentioned to identify the factors that determine the interconnectedness of street and their impact on human behavior. So those factors from these studies, what I found are pedestrian activity, transportation usage, and community engagement. So the higher pedestrian activity on the streets means the better connectivity and more transit usage. Transportation usage, areas with well-connected streets and easy access to transit. And community engagement and social interactions in the neighborhood with interconnected streets. So in the end, I want to conclude that through this case studies and the studies I have done, these are some of the factors which will help the urban designers or architects to plan accordingly. Thank you.
Okay. Can you go on your methodology slide? The slide you're showing, it basically shows the street design, pedestrian behavior, driver behavior. These are maybe your key areas of research. So when you talk about methodology section, you talk about the methodology adopted for the study done. So that could have been written in steps or phases or graphically represented, talking about the selection of these indicators, then taking up a survey approach or a case study approach, and how you identified the questions that you asked on the site. So if I talk in technical terms, these are the research constructs. So every construct has a scale item which we take from the literature. So if I explain it to you, by scale item I mean the questions that you ask the respondents, right? तो स्ट्रीट डिजाइन अगर आप बोलोगे तो स्ट्रीट डिजाइन के अंदर सपोजिटली आपने 4 क्वेश्चंस लिस्ट किए, तो दे बिकम योर स्केल आइटम, सो दे हेल्प यू टू फर्दर एनालिसिस. सो अभी मेथडोलॉजी में इसके बजाय यू कैन राइट ग्राफिकली व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स बिकॉज यू हैव डन अ रिसर्च इन दैट वे. So I believe this is a beginning. You can take this paper further and develop it into. So at the end where you are talking about these, this is the relationship And these are the key terms, yes. Like you've also shown this chart, na, that is the time you've done your research. That can also be added to the methodology section, that the timings were done this. It was a self-administered survey. I was a participant, or a direct observation, a participant observation. This is how you frame your methodology. So the research can take up further from here. When you identified these items, what can be the questions? What can be the empirical analysis, probably leading to some design guidelines? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. I was wondering whether what the definition of human is, and are you bringing in a psychological definition of human behavior? Is that
How a
secondly?
user perceives that space.
Yeah. So what is the profile of a human being according to you? And my related question is that you're looking at movement and function and usage. Um, what is the complexity of the user? I mean, there are informal sectors, there are people who don't stay in the place, there are different stakeholders who move around the city. So, does the human include all of those, or are you kind of narrowing the definition of, or scoping your definition of what the
It
human
can be
is?
both locals and non-locals. I'm not limiting to a set of people.
I don't know what local and non-local also means. I mean, something to think about. I mean, I think something you need to kind of clarify in your own mind, because it's very to have these assumptions that there is only one type of human, there's only one type of user. So maybe you can scope it to say that this is what I'm looking at, this and this is not. This is something I'm not looking at. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to pass. I think both of them have said enough. Good attempt, but
Thank you.
Thank you, Tejasvi. And now I call the third participant, Ms. Kashish Garg from Chandigarh College of Architecture.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Kashish Garg from Chandigarh College of Architecture, and I did research on my own on the city I belong to, Malerkotla, and the topic of my research is forgotten blueprints, enduring icons, tracing Malerkotla's identity through its art and architecture. And the aim of my research is to spread the awareness and explore the potential of conservation to protect the heritage of Malerkotla. So, Malerkotla is a city in Punjab which has now been declared as a district in 2021. Now, I have been living in the city and listening to the stories that my grandparents have told me, and it have always fascinated me. Later on, like now, I'm pursuing architecture. I started connecting those stories to the architecture that I saw, and that fascinated me more and gave me a push to continue my research. And now Malerkotla is known as the land of peace. When it is a place where communities live together, it is the only city in Punjab after partition which has majority of Muslim community. Wherein, if we see during partition, most of Muslims moved from northern India to Pakistan. Uh, Now, uh, when this was the situation in all India, Malerkotla remained a land of peace and tranquility. Now, towns and inhabitants were very strongly committed to mutual respect, tolerance, and understanding. Now, these are very strong principles on which people believe. Now, these principles must have had a very strong foundation. To understand the foundation, uh, uh, it started in 1454 when a Sufi saint from Afghanistan came to the land of Malay and settled down in his kutia. And one day when the Sultan of Delhi was passing by for a war to Delhi, he stayed in his kutia because of bad weather. And later on, he was blessed from Sri Haider Sheikh to win the war. Uh, Subsequently, as he won the war, he married his daughter to the son of Sri Haider Sheikh and gave 66 villages in dowry, and that is how the city of Malir was founded. Now, later on, as the rulership started taking shape in 1657, Malerkotla was given the title of Nawab and the salutes of 11 guns. This was the city which was fortified by 4 gates, namely Dilli Gate, Sarandi Gate, Loha Gate, and Kelong Gate. These are some pictures of the gates. Sorry. Now, as rulership was coming into shape, the architecture also started coming up. Now, this is the complex of royal mausoleums of the royal families of Malerkotla. The oldest structure in this mausoleum complex comes from 1707 and the latest to 1948. Now, this is the complex which was originally located on the boundaries of the city Maler, wherein later on, due to the addition of the area named Kotla, now this comes inside the city. Now, this structure has 11 tombs and 140 open graves, which have their own unique story. And they were built by the children, spouses, parents, communities, and the states for the descendants. Now, these structures represent richness and diversity of states' historical culture. Now, why there is a need to conserve this structure? One, they are the documentary values as they represent a very as they give us historical information about the royal families of Malerkotla. Also, they have documentary evidences such as inscriptions, architectural details, and art forms. Also, these mausoleums, this complex shows the evolution of maqbaras over time, reflecting the artistic and aesthetic inclination of the period they were built in. Now, these structures are being taken care by a caretaker, but the sources those are available are not sufficient. To keep these structures, to keep this urban fabric condition good. So layers of dust, bird droppings, germs, algae, and other decay elements have caused the damages to the external and internal surfaces of the structure. Also, the grass and plants those have been growing up on the roof, they have caused the cracks and allowing the water to seep in and causing the moisture, which have further led to loss of plaster. As you can see in some pictures, the loss of plaster. Now, the loss of plaster is not just the architectural element that is being lost, but also the artistic element, the fresco paintings, the inscriptions, those are there on the structure. Now, there's this event which happened on 1707, which plays a very vital role in what city is today. It was when Wazir Khan, the Sultan of Sirhind, gave his order to bury alive the younger sons, Chote Sahibzade of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, the 10th Guru of Sikhs. In that court, when this decision was being taken, Nawab of Malerkotla was part of it, and he opposed the decision that the Nawab that the Wazir Khan was making. And in that opposition, he left the court, and he certainly said that it is inhuman and against the religion. And this event is prominently known as Hada Nara, or Cry for Justice. Now, when Guru Gobind Singh Ji came to know about this event, the stand that Nawab Sher Mohammad Khan took, he blessed the city that it shall always remain green, and gave some valuable gifts to the Nawabs. Now, this is the structure which was constructed in 1850, Kila Rahmatgarh. It was constructed by Nawab Rahmat Ali Khan. Now, this structure is placed on the outskirts of the city. This structure is placed here itself because this structure was meant for the protection of the city, as it was mainly occupied for the defense purposes. Also, it has some areas which facilitate. It also have some areas which facilitate the interaction between common people and Nawab, and the area for justice, such as Diwane Aam and Diwane Khas. Now, why there is a need to conserve this? It is a symbol of communal harmony and unity. This structure represents the decisions and demonstrates his wisdom in promoting the peaceful co-living. Now, this is the current scenario of the structure, where this is the entrance and Diwane Aam. These are the remains of the structure. Now, this structure has not been managed and right now been owned by the Defense Ministry, and the nature have been growing over all the area, and there's hardly any roof left in the structure. The walls, those are still remaining. They have fallen off and certainly became piles of Lahori bricks. And these are some other pictures of the structure. Now, this is Sheesh Mahal, which was constructed in 1857 by Nawab Ahmad Ali Khan. This is placed in the center of the city, Malair, and this served as the royal residency of the Nawabs. Also, it served as a residency for the guests who would come to Malair city by then. Now, it has very beautifully done mirror work inside it, because of which it is known as Sheesh Mahal. Now, to conserve this, why we need to conserve this? It has very strong aesthetic value, as the mirror work that is done inside it is really very nice. Also, the art of mirror work is now lost in the city. There is hardly anyone who is known for doing this art. If we conserve this structure, we will be certainly again teaching the community about the art form that the citizens had. Now, the roofs of certain areas have fallen off, which have increased the structural, which have affected the structural integrity of the palace, and the mirror work is deteriorating. Also, this structure is right now not been conserved because of ongoing conflicts between the descendants of Nawab and the government about the ownership of the palace. Now, this is Mubarak Manzil, which was constructed in 1901. It was again constructed by Nawab Ahmad Ali Khan. Now, by this time, Malair and Kotla were united and formed the city of Malair Kotla. Now, this structure represents the adoption of European architecture and the impact of British rulers over the city. This structure serves as the last surviving royal residency of Nawabs and is now being occupied by the last Begum. Now, this structure has a very strong associational value, as it is the last residency, and also has some valuable gifts those Guru Gobind Singh Ji gave to the city. And it has very strong cultural value, as it represents the cultural exchange that took place over that time. Now, these are some of the pictures of what it looks now. The roof of one room has fallen off. This is how the urban scape looks now. There is a haphazard development all around, because the land owned by Nawab has been sold off, and the residences, the commercial areas are coming up. Although this structure do not have that much of structural issues, this has now been addressed to be conserved by Punjab government. Now, there are some other structures those were developed uh, during the era, like the railway station, the Sadar Bazaar of Malerkotla, uh, Eidgah, Government College, Kuka Memorial, and other structures. Now, he is Nawab Ahmad Ali Khan, who was responsible for bringing up the architecture in Malerkotla. Now, later on, as the rulership and the monarchy was ending up and democracy came into place, the people who were earlier involved in making the garments of the Nawabs were now shifting their business to making of badges. And it was after independence when when they got an order from Iraqi government to make their badges, and that was a major breakthrough, and that is what brought Malerkotla into international headings. And now Malerkotla is very well known for its Zardozi work and for making of badges for the army, for colleges internationally. This is a street where you can majorly find the people doing the Zardozi work. During an interview with Mr. Manoj, who is the third generation who is pursuing this Zardozi work, he addressed some of the concerns that technology is taking over, and as working with technology is efficient, also as it is less time consuming and less expensive. but he but he certainly was uh, very proud of that the handwork can never be replicated, and it has its own artistic and its own identity. So also right now people who were pursuing this art now are leaving this art because it is very intrigue, and the employment in this art is now fading away because people of Malerkotla itself do not appreciate much, wherein Malerkotla is appreciated in Malerkotla Zardozi work is appreciated out of Malerkotla very much. Now, this 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 was a family who is majorly responsible for bringing. So this is the family that majorly contributed to bringing up the leather work in Malerkotla. They started as a small company, but later on now they are fully fledged factory of Star Impact. Now the people who were earlier involved with this company, later on they started their own businesses, and these are the street where you can majorly find leather workers, and they do not have the issues of technology overtaking them because they are small shop owners which cannot afford that much of technology, and which will later on add to the cost of the shoes that they make, and would make the shoe expensive. So but their concern is again the people who are leaving the art, and the art because it is intrigue and it involves a lot of time. So to conclude, there is a lot of architecture and art in Malerkotla which needs to be conserved and to be identified, and there are there there need to be certain steps to conserve them. Thank you.
You have traced the history of that place beautifully through a long period of time, and you have been able to create a good context for your study. You have said that certain traditional arts and crafts are fading. They are not getting the recognition locally, but they are recognized outside. And then you're talking about this leather industry, which is coming up, but still not flourishing or moving into the um, real industrial realm. I was wondering whether through your study you were able to you are able to suggest some ways of overcoming these
Yes, I was like I did not involve them in my presentation because it was going more lengthy, but I did involve it in my research paper where I identified how these architectural marvels can be restored and be conserved, as well as the art can be conserved.
Okay.
I really appreciate the passion with which you have documented this. Uh, I can give you some tips to take this work further. You can talk about the cultural significance assessment since you're also talking about the values, socio-cultural heritage values attached to it. You've already mentioned some, so you can, elaborate on that. Another thing that you can work in Malerkotla is, since this is not very well documented so far, you can also make up inventories of these buildings. And for reference, you can use the inventories by Intact. You will also get a lot of help from our library because our student team did the documentation of Mubarak Manzil and presented it at the Intech Heritage Awards as a special mention. So you'll get a lot of information in our library also if
Yeah,
you want
so
to take up.
that was also the source of some of my research. I came to
Okay, okay,
Chitkara College as well.
okay, okay, great, great. Thank you.
Something, because what strikes me is that being an architecture student, you should use the tools you're trained in. And there were no plans, sections, elevations, spatial analysis. So I think use those
Yeah.
things because it will only strengthen your work. And also the quality of images can be improved. I think you've got fantastic material and I must congratulate you on that. But I think the quality of images do not do justice to your material.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kashish. And I request the participants to adhere to the time given to you so that we can give equal opportunity to all the participants to present their work. Now I request Mr. Namrandeep Verma from Acharya NRV School of Architecture, Bengaluru, to present his work.
Hello everyone. I'm Namandeep. Hello everyone. I'm Namandeep from Acharya NRV School of Architecture, Bangalore, and I'm gonna talk about a Kumaoni community which is from Uttarakhand, and I've titled it as Kumaoni Anubhav, which means an experience of Kumao. So, if you ask me why I have taken this topic, it could be Uttarakhandi Anubhav also. So, when my friends have asked me, where are you from? I told them, okay, I'm from a region called Kumau and Uttarakhand. They were like, okay, you are Pahadi, right? So, are you from Shimla? Are you from Kedarnath, Badrinath? Okay, all that Char Dham happens in your place, like that. So I told, no, I am from a region which is called Kumau and it's part of Uttarakhand. All those places which you are mentioning are from Garhwal, which is a different region in Uttarakhand. So I'll start here. And these are the certain points which I'm going to talk about in my research. First is about Kumao's identity. Second is about the other region, which is Garhwal. The language and migration issues happening there. Um, the local art forms, the uniqueness of the Kumaoni culture, the festival and traditions, the vernacular architecture typology and elements, the community spaces they have, uh, the effect of modernization, and the conservation. So I'll talk about Uttarakhand. So Uttarakhand, popularly known as Devbhumi, which is in the northern part of India, and it's on the periphery of Himalayas. And on the second picture, you can see Garhwal and Kumaon region. Garhwal has 7 districts, and Kumaon got 6 districts. And down you can see the map of Kumaon. So talking about the Garhwal, so if I go for the history of Uttarakhand, there was a rule of Gorkhas, who are Nepali rulers, and later after the rule of Gorkhas, there was British invasion in Uttarakhand. So what happened in Uttarakhand was because of the rule of Gorkhas, they were not able to develop their identity. They were not given rights to build their houses or something. There was an influence of Gorkhas over there, and same thing happened because of Britishers. And so what happened in Garhwal was they got the administrative power because most of the Britishers stayed in Garhwal region, and it got most of the tourist spots because it has got most of the temples by which people define Uttarakhand, which are like the Chota Char Dham Yatra, which is there in Uttarakhand, and it has the Valley of Flowers, and it has the yoga capital, which is Rishikesh. And if we'll talk about the data of Kumaon, 3,83,726 in and out state migration was there from 2008 to 18. According to UNESCO, the language is under not safe zone. There has been, this is getting very popular now, the ghost villages. If I define ghost villages, these are the villages where people have migrated from those places completely. They're not even going to that place anymore. Like before, it used to be like, okay, I'm from this village, मैं गाँव से हूँ, and I'm going to city, and on holidays I'll come back with my family or something. But even that is also not happening. So in each district, there are 13 districts, and in each district, there are more than 100 villages which are totally ghost villages. And the migration factors are job opportunities, health, education, and in Kumaon, there is a lack of space or platform where local art, food, festival, and culture can be displayed. And which is basically, all this is affecting the younger generation who do not know about their culture, festivals, and beliefs. So here I'm talking about the uniqueness of the culture. So the first picture which you are seeing is of Apan art. How in South India you guys do Rangoli, we guys do Apan art, which is made. They do they on the floor they put the mud, and above of that the white color which they put is from they made it of rice flour, and so this is done in the entrance of a house, mostly done in Holi and Deepavali. Second picture is from Harela festival, which is mostly celebrated by farmers for the first grown crop. The third picture is from the local Kumaoni Ramlila, which was invented by Lal Singh Pang, Dr. Lal Singh Panti. Talking about arts and performances, this is the picture you're seeing is of Chalia dance, which is the folk dance of Uttarakhand. Another picture is from Kumaoni Holi, where you can see Kumaoni women celebrating Holi. The last picture is from Hiljatra, uh, where there is a storytelling drama of first grown crop, and there is a story of it. Clothing and food. So in first picture, you can see a woman wearing nathuli on her nose and galoban on her neck, and she is from a tribe in Kumaon called Jonsari tribe or Bhotia tribe. In second picture, also you can see a woman wearing a pichoda, which is considered auspicious, and a skirt. And in third picture is a man wearing a Kumaoni topi and a basket and a kurta and pajama. This is the Kumaoni thali, which has got madwe ki roti, which we call which generally is called millets, and there is a chocolate mithai which we call bal mithai. In second one, there is a sweet called singodi, which is wrapped around malu leaves. The third one is most famous aloo ke gutke, which is made up of potato. So talking about architecture, when you're seeing those two images, these are the local Kumaoni vernacular houses. The roofing is called pakha, which is a sloping terrace done with local slate stone over wooden and clay-based framework. The windows and the doors is done. There is a wooden carving over there, which is called Kashtkala. It can be seen in the entrances and windows, and which depicts the natural elements like flowers, trees, and animals. And there is this reason for small openings are because of the climatic factor. There is snowfall and the places are cold. And over the entrances, in each entrance of a room, there is Apan art. And the last where you're seeing the angan, which we call khala, which acts as a event space, or it also acts as a street or a connective space for the other dwelling. Some of the potential threats for the Kumaoni community and space. So some factors I have marked, which are Kumaoni language being a dialect, which can't be conserved because it's a dialect. High rates of migration in the space. Change in urban fabric because of modernization. Change of typology and utilization of historical spaces. Because of all that, there is a decline in Kumaoni media like music and cinema. So the first graph shows what is the major reason for migration, which is employment. The second figure talks about depopulated villages in Uttarakhand, and the third is the data from UNESCO, which talks about the Kumaoni language being under not safe or potentially vulnerable language. So if I talk about just the language, the Uttarakhand population is 1 crore, almost 1 crore, and not even the 10%. So it's the data is 10 lakh. So only 10 lakh of the Uttarakhandi people knows Kumaoni language. This is where I'm talking about the threat. So first picture, you can see how the vernacular house used to be and how the function used to be. There used to be an angan, there used to be this use of the space was very different. And when you are seeing the modern construction, there is no sense of those kind of elements, those kind of typologies. Next, I'm talking about the market. So first picture, when you are seeing, it's a local vernacular market where all the elements of Kumaoni architecture is there. Second is from a very famous place called Nainital. But there, the colonial, you can't see the Kumaoni architecture. You will be able to see only the colonial elements over there. And third picture, it can be from anywhere because it doesn't define any identity, but it's from Uttarakhand. So with this picture, I'm showing how it's changing, and there is no identity for the Kumao. This is one case study which I took from, I've mentioned the show source, Dr. Nilima Yadav and Navnil Chattopadhyay, which they have done a case study in Munshari, Pithoragarh, where in a plan you can see there is a sloping terrain where down area they use for terrace farming, and the black color you are seeing is the pathway, and around that the dwellings have been done, and the central spaces which they are getting, they make their angan, or we call khala. And this is the section which is talking about it. On top side it's the forest, then houses, then there is a road, and after that more dwellings, and in between there is a passage of canal, or we call it dhara. And in plan also you can see, so that is the plan of just ground floor where they have mentioned goat and courtyard. So goat used to be the space for the animals, for the cattle, uh, and it's just showing the ground floor. In second picture, I am talking about this case study is talking about all the three typology which is present in that place, where you will see the ground floor and first floor. So ground floor used to have only goats, so that is the place for cattle, and first floor used to have chhaj. Chhaj is the, how we call it, drawing room or living room. Chhaj used to be that kind of space, and rooms used to be the individual one. And the same typology is everywhere. There is different scale of typology. Elements, I can tell, it's small opening, small veranda which acts as neighborhood streets, and down it's showing the elevation of the Kumaoni. Okay. So this was some of the images where most of the festival events happens. So my conclusion from this research was, when we are creating a space for any community, we should have understanding of their culture, their common grounds. When we tell some people, some person gave theory of street and neighborhood 4:3 ratio. From thousands of years they are using that kind of theory. So we should have understanding of all that, and we should implement that. Thank you.
Yes, I must compliment you on the way you have done that.
Thank you.
My connection with Kumaon was very long ago through a reading of Jim Corbett, where he spoke about man eaters of Kumaon. I think he has also referred to certain gatherings of people in the evening where they would discuss, how the man eater would come into the village and how it was affecting their daily lives and what was the culture of that place. And now you speak about migration and ghost villages. It's very disturbing to actually see that happening, and so many ghost villages in that small area is really very disturbing. So I appreciate your initiative to bring this on the public platform and speak about what is happening there and what could be done to improve that situation. Architectural intervention is very much possible, as you are saying, but I also feel that there must be an initiative to revive the cultural heritage of that place.
Yeah.
And these oral histories, they make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
So there could be initiatives which you can strengthen through your studies to bring this out more in the open, so that people are more aware of the state and it's positive. There are so many of them.
Yeah.
So just an observation. Thank you for putting
Thank
it
you.
up.
Congratulations for doing it so well and with so much passion. If you want to continue this, within a week or so, you'll find a PhD thesis on Shodhganga on the same region, talking about out migration, ghost villages, and how to curb out migration. You can always get back to me. I'll connect you to that researcher. Can you elaborate as of now, because that was a little missing in the presentation? What was your research objective? Just bringing it to the public domain, just making people know, or you have something else in mind?
Ma'am, if I talk about just particular this thing, so one major thing for me was, to bring it to the public. One major reason was that. And when I'm talking about the Kumaoni language, which is a dialect, so the problem is कि उसको collect नहीं कर सकते. And when I'm talking about the Kumaoni Ramlila also, so those guys those artists, what they used to do is, जो भी उनका Vedic terms में whatever they have written, they don't want to share that. और अगर वो शेयर नहीं करेंगे, it's not going to younger generations also. So the younger, if you will see me also, I am also the product of that migration. I also don't know the language properly. So that was my concern, to bring out like how it can affect the younger generations also.
So I agree, bringing it to public domain is important, but you talked about many things. You
Yeah.
talked about the dialect, possible threats to this. You also mentioned the Kumaoni vernacular houses. So I suggest pick up one area,
Okay.
do a detailed study, and then publish a paper, because then you can be able to substantiate it with a lot of empirical analysis. And since you belong to that region, so that thesis will be a lot of help to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm glad you brought up the issue of the local dialect and language, because you started your talk by saying you're an insider, that you have a Kumaoni identity, and people mistake your identity for something else, and that's what is the motivation
Yeah,
for you
yeah.
to dwell into identity. So I think even if I think the whole presentation did not have that quality of the insider. It's a beginning. I'm
Yeah.
just making that observation. And it would be useful to dig deeper. And even if you have, you have certain limitations of not understanding the language, or people seeing you as an outsider inside Kumaon. That's what
Yeah,
also you mentioned. Why not collaborate with the locals? Do joint work. Get all this wealth of literature and folklore and stories, as Professor Deshpande also said, till colonial times. This is a very, very rich district, and it has so many layers of cultural heritage that you will need to collaborate. And
Yeah.
don't think of it as a single man's operation. Can't be. Research is never a single person
And
operation.
that's my next step for this research.
Yeah, so at the moment it's very on the surface,
Yeah.
bit touristy, bit kind of standing aloof. You have to like jump in. I
Correct,
think
yeah.
that would be a good next step. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I invite the next participant, Ms. Manya Wadhwa from Chandigarh College of Architecture.
Good morning, everyone. I am Manya Wadhwa and I'm from the Chandigarh College of Architecture. I'm currently a fourth semester student. And my topic is Unveiling Hango's Architectural Legacy, Sustainable Building Traditions Through Community-Centric Approach. This is So this quote, we cannot study change before we know what is changing. So this quote by Ralph is what was the purpose behind writing this research paper. We know vernacular architecture is a beautiful storytelling medium to connect the people and the places, and it's important to know this science, to understand this science before we know how to protect it from the increasing urbanization and transformation. So the research paper on the first hand focuses on understanding what this vernacular architecture is in the region of Hango. So as I explained the aim, I'll my firstly I'd like to give an insight of what's the architecture of Hango, and later on working on how to safeguard it from the robust of modernization. About the research methodology, so last year I visited this place in Himachal Pradesh, and it's about a 15-hour drive from from Shimla. So we stayed in there for about a week and interacted with the locals, stayed in there, and it's basically a place that is not connected to to the Himachal. So there was no guest houses. So we stayed in with the locals and interacted there, and it was a great experience. So the primary approach that I took for this research paper was a qualitative one, and it's mostly based on the primary data collection since we lived there. So in the primary data collection, the first thing that we did was the field visits. As you can see, every morning our schedule would start by going into the people's houses, and by the time we reached, they were done with one cycle of like going to the farms and coming back. So as we went into the houses, so they were telling about how they were being built, and about the ladies, how they would like procure the materials, the processing of it, and even the locals were interested in telling how well, about the instruments they used, their daily practices of how they cooked and everything. Next, and this also involved field visits where what we would go to the structures, we would document them and mix like draw in with sketches, photographs, and this is like we do the sections, the elevations about in the documentation itself. And during once we were done during the day about the interviews and the field visits, we would go in and go in back and collect the data, like structure it. The next day, then we would go to the next place and do the same. And it was like we'd go around the entire village with the locals, as you can see, and document it. It also included the secondary data collection that was through the research papers that were already published in areas of the northern region. Although there's no particular research paper written on this village, but there are similar ones in the like the as mentioned Kumayan region and the Kinnaur Valley. So moving on to the village. So basically, it's located in the Kinnaur district. The Kinnaur district has two valleys, the Sangla Valley and the Hangraj Valley. Of the Hangraj Valley, there are about 8 towns, of which one is Hango. So basically, my research site was a village in Hango. So it's basically in the Poo Tehsil, about like at an elevation of 15,000 feet, and the vegetation there is a really minimal vegetation, and like rocky mountains and rocky mountains, as you can see in the images. So this is what there's a river, there's a rivulet around. Actually, this is a video. You can play it. So this is basically a video taking you down to the village. Link. Maybe there's some issue. So it's basically, as you can see on the map, it's located in Himachal Pradesh, near the Indo-Tibetan borders. The village setting, the setting of the village is like a really fascinating one. It is strategically located off center to the mountain of Khachuni on the southwest side, so that in case of the glaciers and landslides, there's no issue to the people living in the village. And next, it's located next to the a rivulet, Huyu, so that the daily need for the water supply is accomplished through that. Next, about the agricultural fields, what they have done is that they are located on the lower plains after the houses. So the main advantage to that is that the rich sedimentation that comes in through the glaciers and landslide helps, as well as the water that is sourced from the Huyu rivulet. So this is basically the understanding. So on the green one marked here is where the site is, the Hango village. This is the entire town and this is the village. So as you can see, this is the mountain to the southwest of which lies this village. Next to this are the Dhar Patoli, which are basically the mountains. Also the Sharbanga grasslands. There's this another important mountain for them, Dhar Petu and Dhar Fuche. So next, so this is basically the village that is located on the ends of this mountain, and this is the rivulet that goes and helps in sourcing of the water. And yeah, as you can see, though, this is the village, and here are the fields that are located. So this is how the entire location of the village is planned as per the natural conditions. And these are some of the pictures that we took as we trekked down to the various areas. So this is the Sharbanga grasslands, which is at an elevation of 18,000 feet above the mountain. So this is a grassland there, the river, and these are like basically the two mountains between which goes the river. Talking about a glimpse of the architecture, as one walks in through these narrow lanes, there's a diverse elevation of houses, mostly in stone. However, the new houses being built in cement and brick are coming up. Yeah. So, but as you walk through these, you can have a reflection of what the community has been practicing through these years, through generations. So, talking about the sustainable material sourcing and processing practices, the villages in this area majorly built in stone, timber, and mud. Talking about the sourcing of timber, the sourcing of in this extreme habitat, as I explained, there's not much vegetation, and thus there are a limited number of trees. Basically, the mulberry that is used for construction, and what they do is they basically plant these in these mountains for about 4 years, and then they take in the saplings as per what is needed for their own houses. Like 2 or 3 trees are enough. They go in and plant it in the fields, and after 8 to 9 years, they take in the branches, and after seasoning it for natural seasoning it for about an year, they turn it into like beams or columns, slabs that they need for their houses. The next important building material is stone, basically sourced from the Huyu River and the surrounding mountain of Terkulumbu. The stones sourced from this are basically the smaller ones, while the ones that are sourced from the mountains, they need to be sorted and broken down into smaller ones and transported to the village through mules, after which they are used in the walls, the foundations, as well as the pathways that go along. So this is from the mountains, and then the villagers just make them usable for constructing, and this is how they were building this house when we went there. Next important resource is mud that they generally procure from the Fuji mountains, and what they and mainly used for plastering of the walls and in the roofs. So regarding the processing, so they have their own tradition. So what they do is basically in about what say 10 bags of mud, they put in 2 bags of hay, and then as I mentioned, they have mules. So they use the solid waste of mules, dip it in water for about like 2 days till it turns red, and mix it with the plaster, mix it with the mud so that it's more readily usable to in the plastering. So this is how it is processed. And this mud, uh, it's basically it's prepared for the plaster which is of two. So this mud, this is how it's processed. Then next, moving on to community building. So what happens is initially it's the close family and friends that they begin with building, but next what happens is that for laying of the roof, the entire community comes in, entire village to do it. So first they do is what they do a puja, and then the entire village help, and this is reciprocated to everyone in the family, everyone in the village. So this is not just for the community involvement, but also in protecting these traditional practices, that this helps. About the build structures in the residential units, on the walls, these walls are generally built in stone, dry stone masonry, and plastered with a rough plaster and smooth plaster. Rough plaster, as you can see, the composition as mentioned. Next, there's this now the coming of the modern blends of RCC and brick. Moving on to the floor and the roof slabs, what they basically do is there's a layer of wooden rafters and purlins, followed by a layer of these poplar planks, and then a mud fuska and thorny bushes ka layer, which is basically like the thorny bushes act as kind of reinforcement to the mud fuska to increase its strength, and the stones on the side to like keep it in place, along with a final layer of mud mixed in with bajuri to uh, to finish off the layer, as well as to provide waterproofing. So this is what it looks from the inside. These are some of the door details and the sections that we have drawn through the houses. Next is the wooden granaries, or what they call is the shingbangs that we documented in there. So these are basically used for storing in the grains that they grow in the summer months. And these are completely wooden structures, as you can see. And what they do is, for constructing it, they taken vertical planks and tie them together with these tie beams on this stone plinth. And as you can see here, these are numbered. So basically what you can do is, as it's numbered, you can just remove the planks and take it to any place and reassemble it. Moving on, so this is what the inside of the shingbangs look. So to like conclude and to summarize what I had documented, I've done a comparative analysis of the vernacular and the modern techniques based on 3 factors. The first one being the effectiveness of the vernacular versus the modern structures. The effectiveness is that the wooden roofs, the mud plaster, providing the insulation that is required for these for this extreme conditions, along with the stone walls that about the thermal lag that they provide, which the RCC and the cement cannot provide. So the houses that they were built in RCC, and just 1-2 houses we went there, so they're extremely cold in the summers and extremely extremely hot in the summers, extremely cold in the winters, making them inhabitable and really inefficient. Next is the economics. Since all of the materials are locally sourced, they come at minimal costs. However, the transportation of the modern materials has to be done from Chandigarh, which doubles it down, adding to the cost that comes in from the labor from UP, Jharkhand, Nepal, and etc. And the next factor was the maintenance. About the maintenance of the vernacular architecture, the wooden roofs and stone walls, as such, said by the villagers, require no maintenance. And the mud plaster, even if it's there's some issue, it can be repaired by applying another layer. And for the water leakage, also the mud fuska works well. However, due to the conditions, cracks develop in RCC and are not and are a threat, and the water leakage problems also arise. So about the conclusions that we drew from this is the local involvement preserves traditional methods and sustainable practices, and this architecture stands as this testament to the community's involvement, and this architecture is what is inculcating the values of cooperation and staying together of the community. The next conclusion was this architecture reflects the community's adaptation to the environment and how for so many years they have been living in the in cohesion with them. However, it's about like just 22 years, just 11 years back, this place got connected by road to the outer and to the outside world, and now the youth have starting to migrate, and seeing the RCC structures bring in the aspirational value that now since we have money, we should be shifting into them and build houses in them. So this shift to the pakka house, so they what they're doing is sending in money to the village so that they can build such structures which are highly inefficient and not suitable to live in. So what we call for is a balance that the just balance between the vernacular practices and innovative approaches that need to be brought in, so that what is the aspirational values as well as what is being passed on since so many generations can be incorporated. Thank you.
Manya, your aim mentioned two keywords. I will not talk about the sentence. Insights and safeguard. That was your aim for this research, right? So you've given us detailed insights into the architecture, the vernacular, and everything. You've even had some sections, but I have one question. It looks like a part of an educational trip that was done as part of the school.
Uh, yeah, it was kind of a summer program that I went in through a college.
Okay.
And what we did was the first step was basically documenting this, but I wanted to take this forward through this research paper and later working on with the community back there to maintain to achieve the aim.
No, I asked that question. If this was as a part of the teamwork, then you're supposed to mention your team members who helped you in making up those plans, elevations, and sections. Right? Technically, you're.
Yeah, we were a team of 2.
Yes, yes. So you're supposed to include their name when you publish a research paper.
Yeah.
Then, as far as documentation is concerned, that is very well done. I can suggest you a journal which is ISVS e-journal, International for Vernacular Settlements. So you can go ahead and submit it. But again, they will ask you for the research question, aim and objective, which needs to be clarified, sought, and thought about, because that is a little missing. Otherwise, well presented. Thank you.
Yes, I also feel that you've presented it well, well documented. It appears to be part of a larger study done by the school, so that needs to be mentioned. I was also wanting to suggest that there are three layers to this. One is where the individual works. So there is the individual commitment. Second is the community commitment. And the third is the government initiative to support both of these. So if you really intend to take this forward, you can develop it in a way so that you can make an offer to the government to come and support these traditions and ensure that they don't die out, because you've shown very clearly that slowly money is allowing them to move over to the contemporary way of building, which is really not working in that region. So you may need some government support. So if you can make a proposal to the government based on your study, that will be a big help for that region. Thank you.
Okay. Sai Sanjana from BMS College of Architecture, Bangalore is our next presenter.
Sarvebhyah Namaskaraha. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Sai Sanjana. I am a fourth semester BArch student from BMS College of Architecture, Bengaluru. This paper is based on the topic of contemporary trends in architectural practices, mainly concentrating on the facade architecture of commercial retail built forms through the case study of Gandhi Bazaar in Bengaluru. What is a city today was once a village. As Lynch quoted, like a piece of architecture, the city is a construction in space, but one of vast scale, a thing perceived only in the large spans of time. Markets have always been an indispensable part of a city and have evolved over the course of time owing to the developments in architecture. Just like Greek agoras and Roman forums, markets have been more than a mere space of exchange of goods, rather a space reinforced on the pillars of sensory experience and human interaction. Bengaluru, the capital of Karnataka, a state in southern India, is one of the fastest growing metropolitan cities. It was founded by Kempegowda in the year 1537. It has a moderate climate and is situated 900 meters above the sea level and has varieties of vegetation that give its name the Garden City. As William White said, street is the river of life of the city, the place where we come together, the pathway to the center. If there is a lesson in street watching, it is that people do basics, and as environments go, street that is open to sky and filled with people and life is a splendid place to be. This map is the plan shows the plan of Gandhi Bazaar that stretches from the Ashram Circle to the Tagore Circle. It is a 700-meter stretch. With the first British settlements here in the 19th century, there were many marketplaces that came into limelight, like Russell Market, City Market, Malleshwaram Market, MG Road, Gandhi Bazaar. Gandhi Bazaar is a place with rich cultural heritage and traces back to 130 years of history. There are two main typologies of retail, that is organic goods like textiles and flowers and temple offerings. The second type of goods are the consumer goods, which include fruits and vegetables. Traditional architecture that was rooted in Gandhi Bazaar for years has catered the users towards being accessible, user friendly, and were of human scale, whereas the contemporary architecture has morphed into focusing mainly on the economic gain rather than user friendliness. The aim of this paper is to address the issues faced by various user groups um, owing to the facade architecture of the commercial retail built forms here in Gandhi Bazaar. Uh, the research methodology includes photo documentation, live sketching of sections of different typologies, and a questionnaire for the inference of the evolution of built forms and the issues faced by various user groups. The impending questions thus are: How can facade architecture accommodate to the developments in the street design such that it caters to different users? How can symbiosis be achieved as the historical setting is undergoing metamorphosis with the contemporary trends in architectural urban design? This is the analysis and results. There are three different typologies that have been recorded based on the timeline and the facade. The type A, these buildings are about a century old, and there were fewer retail structures that were built, and most of them were houses that were transformed into shops. Uh, they were barrier free as they were easily approachable with on grade access and a smaller plinth, with some of them having a ramp. This is the section, on site section that I've done to show how the access is done. The second typology is over a few years, the building was raised to G+2, wherein there were staircases for the first floor, and these staircases did not follow the standard dimensions, that is a riser of 150 and a tread of 300 They were very steep, that proved to be a threat to wide ranges of user groups. And over a decade ago, the structures have been moved to G+3 with a basement. And these are the existing scenarios. There were no ramps and handrails provided, steep staircases, and less gap between the shop front. These are some of the pictures showing the current scenario, and this is the section. These are some of the other illustrations for the built street interface. As we can see in the first picture, there are very steep staircases with higher riser. And the second one is of a bank with a ramp, but there is no handrail provided. The third picture shows the gap between the shop front and the end of the staircase. So any urban design that has been done has to be accessible, usable, and inclusive, irrespective of the different uh, typologies of user groups, that is elderly, children, pregnant women, and physically challenged people. This particular slide shows the current redesigning of street, wherein the street has been made pedestrianized. This has been undergoing over a year. So the 100 feet road that is existing in Gandhi Bazaar, they are trying to pedestrianize it by making the footpath for 35 feet each. Initially, the scenario was such that the main road catered to 5 different vehicular movements, but right now it is being made pedestrianized. Also, the footpaths, they have the government and the adult authorities have come up with these seating spaces around the trees that they are trying to introduce on the footpath. So the inference is that any kind of transformation in the street design would affect the facade architecture. And every time we have the opportunity, it is we get every time there is a redevelopment happening, it is an opportunity to make it more user friendly. So once a city is once a city urban design is thought through the view of a physically challenged person, making it user friendly and inclusive, it can transform into a very good place. So this particular Gandhi Bazaar especially has been underused, and it has a huge history and cultural heritage. So in the conclusion, I have tried to come up with the laws and certain suggestions, like add grade access from the sidewalk to the built form with user-friendly ramps and handrails, avoiding steep steps to reach the basement or the floor levels above the plinth, facade designs that are visually pleasing and welcoming while keeping an eye on the street to create safer and comfortable public places along the built forms, defining the overall characteristics of the architecture keeping in mind the city's cultural aspirations and attributes. The design should be in compliance with the revised built form regulations. The facade architecture should adhere to the government norms of barrier free and inclusive design, preserving the heritage and values of a place with public participatory approach. A team architects and designers, urban designers should be formed as a committee who can help regulate these guidelines and devise inclusive design strategies. These are some of the pictures that depict ideal facade of a commercial retail built form. The first one is from the South Delhi market. In the year 2016-17, the government of India has come up with a law stating that most of the markets in India would be made inclusive and barrier free. So this is one of the market in South Delhi. Um, and most of the markets in Chandigarh have now been under process of making barrier free and inclusive. The second one depicts ramps and on grade. The third and second picture depict the on grade and ramp access. And the last picture shows the maneuvering space required for a wheelchair, which is 1500 to 2000. So that is the minimum amount of area that is to be followed in front of a shop, in the shop front. And these are the references and the literature review that I've done. Thank you. I would like to take this as an opportunity to thank my teacher and the college, Dr. Dakshayani ma'am, who has guided me throughout the process. And I thank GITAM University for giving me the opportunity to present the paper. Thank you.
Um, one of your main aims was to analyze contemporary retail commercial built forms.
Yes.
What was the method of that analysis?
Photo documentation and live
Is-
sketching of the sections and questionnaire conducted, interviews conducted
of the people
of the people. I
who-
went on the site and I
So
interviewed
the
people.
the places you're talking about, you have documented them
Yes,
in
in
and
Gandhi Bazaar.
where is the spatial analysis of that larger scale? So what I'm trying to say is that you have commented on, lack of ramps, lack of accessibility, what it should be, and what it's not providing. But it is also about the urban scale spatial analysis, which I think you started by quoting Lynch. But that hasn't been seen through. Maybe you have it and you haven't shown it here. Something like that.
Like the study is basically restricted to the facade architecture of the commercial retail built forms, and this is just an example of the current trend wherein people are going basement level for the economic gain. And Gandhi Bazaar, since my college is situated in the vicinity, I have seen the developments happening over the courses of time and the current redesigning that is happening since a year.
So I think that complexity of the layering that you're talking about just now, that it dates back to probably the market itself dates back to the colonial period or
Yes.
not. So architectural layering isn't clear from your presentation. Maybe you have it elsewhere. I think you should bring it out and show how the past can be carried into the future rather than just focus on the micro, which is also important, micro issues of ramps to tops.
I'll
Yeah.
work on it.
I agree to what Professor Vibhuti has said, but if you say you conducted some questionnaire or some surveys, probably they're not visible. They've not been incorporated in the research analysis as well. Then the composition of the slide, since you're a student, I would really like to point this out. You never write it heading. It is understood as a heading if that's the only one caption on the entire page. And whatever footnote, if you're trying to repeat or it's a footnote, the font size can be smaller than the heading, so that makes it more appealing and it's identifiable. what you have included in your conclusion, ki this can be done, that is probably your analysis. You're putting it forth for discussion. You can always substantiate it with a reason why you're putting it. That can be on the basis of the surveys or the interviews you've conducted or the previous literature support. Your conclusion should be something as your key takeaway after this analysis of the architecture of the contemporary retail form, which I said I agree with ma'am. It should be much more than the handrails, the physical access, and the latest measures. So, but keep working. It's a good
Yes.
start to go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjana. And now I call Haindavi from GITAM School of Architecture for the next presentation.
Good afternoon, I'm Haindavi. So the topic for my research is on biomimicry and parametrism. So coming to my initial abstract, this paper majorly explores the concepts of biomimicry and parametrism and how biomimicry and parametrism are coordinating with each other, and to find a commonplace attribute between these two topics, and how we are trying to increase in the efficiency of our design process. So this paper is a fusion of these two ideas to produce novel and sustainable architectural practices. So I've categorized these into about the history, the overview of the topics, and highlighting its core principles and its successions in various fields. I'll be talking further about it. Coming to the term biomimicry, bios meaning life and nemesis meaning to imitate. So here in biomimicry, we are taking certain elements from nature, and uh, we are trying to get inspired from their shape or their material or the type or their functionality, how they are functioning in the nature, and we are trying to take examples from them, and we are increasing the efficiency of our building design process. So biomimicry is again divided into three categories: the organism level, behavior level, and the ecosystem level. For the organism level, it is basically derived from the form, structure, and material of that element. And in the behavior level, we are talking about the functional task of how the materials how the elements are being processed in nature. And in the ecosystem level, we are talking about the interaction with the nature. Parametrism here is a computational algorithm which is being used now widely to produce different different building types on how we are trying to evolve from these structures. So I have taken an element of nature being scallop seashell as in biomimicry, and then I've tried to create a model using Rhino as a computational software, where I'm showing this seashell can be used as a parametric roof. And for the sustainable elements we are using, we can consider bamboo as a flexible material, and we are trying to create a freestanding structure, a freestanding roof as a element from this. And this is an example of how biomimicry and parametrism are being used in the organism level. So this is another desktop study. Uh, so basically, this is the first load-bearing structure that they've made entirely out of robotically woven flax fiber. So basically, they've created this material using robots, and you can see this is the machine they've used to create that fax. And it is completely renewable, biodegradable, and it is local to that region. So they've taken this material in Central Europe, and they try to create a freestanding structure using these elements. So the biomimetic inspiration are the pure cactus, because it is interwoven like wood fibers, and it is arranged in layers, and it is interconnected in the structure. So we are taking pure cactus as an biomimetic inspiration, and saguro cactus, and we are trying to get these network structures uh, and the uh, and the cross-linked nature between these elements. and we are converting them into a parametric form wherein lightweight structures are being done. So in this, they particularly used the woven fax mineral into that, as in this. So this is created by the robot, and they have derived to this form using Rhino as a computational software, and they've created this whole structure. This is entirely biodegradable. So this is one of the example in the contemporary world where they're using technology also as a principle into taking parametrism, computational softwares, and also robotics into the thing, and we are trying to create a building out of it. Yeah, so I've studied about the initial timeline, origin of biomimicry and parametrism. For biomimicry, as we all are well known, that Greek and Roman columns are very famous for their ornamentation, mainly the Corinthian column. So we are talking about the lotus plant and the acanthus plant. And we are very well known of the Wright brothers of flight, which is an inspiration from observations of pigeons' flight. So all of these examples are initial examples of how biomimicry is being used in architecture. And this is the timeline of parametrism. And in the last, David Rutten, he was the person who created Grasshopper. And this is now being widely used for a lot of parametric designs. In the desktop study level, I've done my research using different papers, documentation, and books on all the different topics. I've divided the categories into organism level, behavior level, and ecosystem level. For the organism level, I've taken the gherkin as the example. So this structure, it expands outside as it raises from the ground, and it tapers into a curved point. As you can see, like this. So this is a skyscraper, and the biomimetic inspiration for this is a Venus flower basket sponge. As you can see, this is how it is. It emerges from the ground and it tapers at the end, and it has an apex on it has a sponge-like appearance on the top. And in the same way, they try to open the apex here on the top of the dome so that they are letting in natural light and ventilation through it. Though they're using two different types of systems. One is the natural ventilation from this area, and the other is the mechanical systems. So this is inspired by taking the shape and lattice structure of the sponge. So the parametric computational programs they used were Rhino for the basic and initial of the form developments, and for Grasshopper, that is an extension for Rhino, and for the unique shape and curved and tapered form. And they also use CATIA. This is used for structural design to calculate the load bearing and the construction documentation. So the next example is National Aquatic Center. So this is in Beijing. So basically, the inspiration for this is from the soap bubbles. So so they wanted to create a structure for an aquatic program purpose. So these soap bubbles, as you can see here, are the biomimetic inspiration, and this is the facade of the building. So this facade is again created dividing the structure into two framework parts, that is the internal framework and the external framework. And for the external framework, this is, sorry. Yeah, so this is the external framework. As you can see, these are made out of ETFE. So this material, it allows more light and heat penetration into the building, and this also reduces a lot of energy loss by 30%. And this clad is transparent. So this is the external layer, which it's actually the roof, the walls, and the flooring of the building to a particular area. And in the internal frame, they're using steel frames to create biological cells or soap bubbles. So it is basically on a recurring pattern of polyhedron, which is packed together in a 3D form. So the benefits of this material are it is self-cleaning and because of its friction coefficient, and using this material the building is is taking about 20% of solar heat, and it is being reused throughout the days, and 55% saving on lighting. So the major softwares used for this are Rhino for primary basic modeling and form, and Digital Cube. As you can see, this is an image from Rhino. And Grasshopper is used in the design phase for detailing, and Digital Project and CFD. Okay, the next example is on the behavior level. So this example is Eastgate Center, which is located in Africa. So this follows the biomimetic inspiration as a termite mound, following the passive cooling technology. So it works as if we are storing heat in the day and we are discharging it throughout the night. So in the beginning of the day, the temperature remains cool, and by the time people and machines are working and assimilating, the fabric of the building begins to drop outside. So this is the section of the building how they took two blocks, and this is the atrium here, and they're trying to create stack effect using this canopy, glass canopy over here in this opening. So based on the computational software's energy stimulation software, they've derived on different design strategies using deep eaves and adjustable blinds, and how the facade is being designed with stones as the major protruding element, and which reduce the heat gain during daytime. The next example is on Zira Island in the Caspian Sea. So this biomimetic inspiration for this island is that they believe that they have seven beliefs in their system of Azerbaijan. So the seven peaks depict the seven types of living in their life. So a mountain here is taken as biomimetic inspiration, where mountain creates biotopes and epitopes, and it also channels water and stores heat. In the same way, they're trying to create different islands and different forms of living there using sun, wind, water, and landscape. The key elements used here are rhino, grasshopper, and generative compounds. So at the end of my study, I've categorized all these places into the biomimetic inspiration, the materials they've used, their application and design, and the problems solved using those. So basically, out of this topic, the main conclusion of mine is that now, as we are taking biomimicry as the principal factor, and biomimicry is where we are taking a natural element, we are trying to bring in its nature of working, its material, and how it is formed or made out of it. And we are trying to convert the same principle into our building design. We are trying to decrease our energy problems, and we are trying to make it more sustainable using the type of material based on the shape and based on uh, the we are based on the working principles of it. Thank you.
So I think, thank you for your presentation. I think it's very descriptive, and it lacks critical engagement with your materials. I think having described all the softwares and the organism level and the behavior level and the ecosystem level, this information is available in the public domain. So it wasn't clear what your critical engagement of what is there in the public domain is. I mean, you know, so you need to exercise some criticality into the material to see whether this is right, wrong, useful, not useful. that didn't happen. Maybe that's the next level, or maybe you've done it elsewhere and you were not able to present.
So all the desktop studies are based on those three levels itself.
So
Yes,
yeah, so
maybe
that's
I.
available in the
Yeah,
public. Everybody
no.
knows about them.
Mm.
Everybody knows about what you've said. So the biomimicry and the parametricism, and there are really very, very engaging debates going on, which connects it to now to artificial intelligence.
Mm.
And uh, also the algorithms that parametricism introduced in the 90s.
Mm.
This is not a new thing. So maybe that is what you may want to see, that where is this is now history of what is happening today.
Mm.
Okay, so maybe you want to see what's happening today and how it connects with this history, and maybe give us an insight on where we are going. I think that is really what is required.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
You may have worked actually, but somehow it didn't come out with that clarity, you know. So the purpose of what you were doing and why you were doing it was a little unclear. So next time if you present something on this topic, be very sure to present not just examples, but what you intend to do with them. What have you learned out of it and how you intend to take it forward. Okay. This is just the beginning, so don't worry.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now I call our eighth presenter for today, Harshita Yedula from Acharya's NRV College of Architecture, Bangalore.
Hi everyone, I'm Harshita from Acharya's NRV School of Architecture. So today I'm going to talk about the cosmic tapestry, arcastronomy and planetariums as educational tools. Like this research paper provides a significance of architecture and astronomy through the celestial architecture. It helps us to understand the historical development of planetariums and other celestial buildings. Like first, I would like to talk about the archaeastronomy, which deals with the architecture, archaeology, and the astronomy. And then how astronomy played a crucial role in development of early humans, like from the times of civilizations such as British, Greek, and Egyptian settlements. The observations of night sky not only influenced these cultures but created landmarks in our world and modern understanding of the astronomy. The main objective of this research paper is to understand the build structure that are aligned with the celestial objects. The ancient architecture measured skies and served as a tool of architecture, like they used to understand the night sky by creating a built structures. And then there were spaces created to analyze the movement of stars, planets, and all the celestial objects. Like we'll be talking about these monuments, astronomical monuments in our world. First, I would like to talk about the Pyramid of Giza. The Pyramid of the Pyramid of Giza is a very good example for the astronomical alignment. It is aligned with the Mercury, Venus, and Earth, and then it has a proper Egyptian inclination according to the cardinal points. The Orion correlation theory proposes the connect between the layout of three pyramids and the stars in the Orion constellation. These pyramids are not only aligned according to the astronomical celestial events, but also it served as the religious monument where the pharaohs are buried, and then it is giving a representation of afterlife. And then Stonehenge, like it's a very popular monument the archaeological structure, which is located in the Salisbury Plain. It has a circle with 30 stones, which has topped a lintel with two stones each other, which creates a plain circle on top. And then there are like heel stone and all, which on particular summer solstice, the position of the sun aligns with the heel stone located outside the main circle, which casts a direct ray of light to its center. And in winter solstice, the setting of sun aligns with the specific leading to the center with the Stonehenge, according to the Stonehenge. And there were many circular pits in the monument associated with the lunar observations, as they appear to track the lunar cycle known as the metonic cycle. And then with this, they used to understand the changing of seasons, the agriculture cycles, and the passage of time. Sun Temple Konark. As we all know, Sun Temple Konark is for the worship of sun, and then this is very good example for how they played with all the shadows and the sun, like okay, this is built in the 13th century and has a very unique design. The main entrance is facing towards the east, and then it has a walls which has carving like a wheel, and then by that they'll get to know about the time, and then according to the specific shadow they'll get to know the time. And then this temple not only has wheels, but then it has celestial monuments and the carvings written on it. The Jantar Mantar Jaipur is a very good astronomical observatory, which is done in 18th century. They have instruments which had a precise astronomical measurements, like for example determining the declination and altitude of the celestial bodies. The instruments are meticulously aligned with the celestial objects and geometry of celestial movements. By this, they used to calculate the position of stars and the height and azimuth angles of the stars. And there's other example, Gavigangadeshwara temple in Bangalore. This temple is from the ancient, when it's on Shiva's period, and then it is carved out of a monolith rock, which is like a cave, creating a cave-like structure. On Makar Sankranti, the sun rays directly falls into the Garbhagriha, where the idol is there, and then it has a Suryapana and Chandrapana in the front yard, which again deals with the sun. By that, they'll get to know the sun direction, the time, and the cycles. And then it has a very specific thing where only at particular time the sun rays falls straight for 5 minutes directly and then stops. Then the Vastu Shastra, it's an ancient Indian architectural system that has a lot of things, like everyone now are using Vastu Shastra again, like linking the architecture, and this will have a proper human life including health, like everything can be developed. The relationship is rooted in the belief that the positioning on alignment of structures should align with the celestial bodies and their movements. Like aligning to these particular celestial bodies might bring auspicious to that particular place and creates a flow of energy from that particular building to the surroundings. These Vastu Shastra is basically dependent on the celestial movement. And then according to particular space, if we space a washroom on particular site, we'll get something, or else some bad may happen. All these things will be in the Vastu Shastra. Then the modern archaeastronomy, like how we took the inspiration from the old ancient things and how are we developing it from that to the new, like what are we going to learn from that. This also deals with the archaeology astronomy, architecture, and the anthropology. Like planetariums are developed because they would like to know what happened in the past, and they would that planetarium depicts the ancient things, and it shows how the actual night sky looks like. So this is the Zeiss planetarium. It's the first planetarium in the world, which is located in Jena, Germany. This is a they have a projector which is very old and has a full computer analog projector, but it is manually function but not operated. With this projector, they used to project all the precise celestial objects like movement of stars, planets, and other objects. And then this will talk about the black holes, cosmology, all the astronomical events where we would know about and incorporate in our buildings. Like if we, it's not like we'll put a walls and then happen. We should know the understand the site analysis, like the movement of sun, how it is, and then understand where to put windows, all these things. And then by all these star shows and presentations of this, we'll understand the role of astronomy in architecture and then how the things work accordingly. Uh, this is the Birla Planetarium, Kolkata, which is the largest and the oldest planetariums in India, where they have conducted workshops and many other things, and they'll allow people to uh, see through telescopes and then start gazing sessions, and they'll provide opportunities to learn about the celestial objects, and they'll show how beautiful the astronomy and architecture is. Then this is the timeline from 2560 BCE to 20th century, how the old monuments are interested, and then how it came to the modern planetariums. I would like to conclude this paper with how we understood the integration of architecture and astronomy that has evolved over centuries, resulting in creation of planetariums. And then planetariums are served as contemporary tools for learning and inspiration, but the architectural designments, technological and significance of planetariums have transformed them to immerse spaces that inspire wonder and curiosity about the cosmos. Thank you.
We are left with two more presentations in this category, but since we are running late, we will proceed for lunch, and then after lunch, we will continue with the remaining two. So, Kirti ma'am and Ramya ma'am will accompany the participants and students for lunch at the Geetam Cafe, and Shravanti ma'am will accompany the chief guest for lunch at the guest house. Students, please collect your food coupons from Kirti ma'am and Niharika ma'am. Asia Munir, are you there? Vismaya? Okay, we'll start with. We'll start with. So, welcome back to the second part of the symposium. We will now continue with the presentations of the postgraduate students and then our research scholars, followed by two more undergraduate students' presentation, which we could not cover in the first half. So, total 6 presentations into now, and I request architect Asia Munir to present her topic. AV team, it's num A. In that same folder, A Asia Munir. 9-10 will come in the end. So now it is A, B, C, and D. Yes.
Good morning, all. I am architect Asia Munir, currently pursuing Masters in Urban Design at Aurora's Design Academy at Hyderabad. Today, I'll be presenting a study of the city of Muscat under the theme of city identity. Identity of cities references a multi-sensory experience of urban space across tangible and intangible elements involving building, history, and memories. It also spreads across scale at local, city, national, and regional levels. It develops over time, and it is in a constant state of change. Each change constitutes a time layer in the urban fabric of the city, and this gives rise to the physical and material identity of a city. Layers are not to be erased, but they are to be built upon to enrich urban identities. The easiest way to identify the identity of a city is through its landmarks, buildings, or architecture, which in turn represent the legacy and culture of a place. But the image of a city is the mental analysis of the way a city is experienced and navigated, not just a physical and visual element. So we have the grid streets and skyscrapers of New York, the whitewashed and blue alleys of Santorini in Greece, or the bustling market that we have here around the iconic Charminar, or the futuristic Marina Bays in Singapore. But what happens when a city doesn't have such landmark structures or clear organizations? Are there other elements that can be used to create a strong image of the city? In this scenario, art can play a significant role. And this paper will focus on the city of Muscat, which is part of the Arab world. It has seen rapid growth and development post the discovery of oil around the 1970s. Muscat is visually dissimilar to other Arabian cities, which will be explained in this paper, where authorities have been moderately successful in achieving a balance between tradition and modernity. They have carefully cultivated enhanced identity for the city through several initiatives, especially relying on traditional Omani architecture and urban sculpture. The methodology followed was as shown, with the first step being understanding the city, its location and brief historical growth, followed by understanding the urban morphology, mapping growth patterns, and understanding vernacular and present trends of built form. To further apply this understanding, a quick survey was conducted among approximately 100 past and present residents of the city, This helped to identify common elements in the image of the city as perceived by them. Case studies were then done to analyze urban sculpture, especially roundabout sculpture, based on the criteria of location, expression, and importance, both historically as well as for daily commuters. So this is the start where you're understanding the city. Muscat is the capital city of the Sultanate of Oman, located in the Middle East Peninsula. It lies at the crossroads of 3 continents and 4 seas, and boasts of a rich seafaring tradition. Evidence of settlements date back to 6 millennium BC, while its importance as a port city has been mentioned as early as the 1st century AD. Conversion to Islam among the population occurred in the 7th century AD, and the country flourished due to its close maritime trade with the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. There was a period of Portuguese occupation of the Muscat harbor for about a century, and several forts dot the Muscat coastline as a reminder of this legacy, as seen in the bottom left picture. The Rocky Mountains of the Al Hajar range dominate the landscape of the city. The coastal settlement was a walled port city, and the country settlements were of typical mud houses between the mountains. The historic socio-economic life combined agriculture, fishing, and trade, mostly in copper and frankincense. But by the 20th century, Muscat had stagnated into a closed society, isolated from the rest of the world and plagued with civil wars. By 1970, Oman was an underdeveloped country with a population of around 1 million residents, with only 3 primary schools, 1 hospital, and just 10 kilometers of paved roads. So when oil was discovered in around the 1970, the Sultanate was ruled by a young British-educated monarch called, his name was Sultan Qaboos, who initiated great infrastructural development in the city and the country, virtually starting from ground zero. Oil money attracted migrants from around the world, especially from the Indian subcontinents and around the countries around, leading to a boom in city development. Several Arab cities in the neighborhood were also undergoing similar growth. Cities like Dubai, Doha, Riyadh, these cities come to mind. These cities preferred extensive architectural modernization to appear as contemporary international cities. The highly accelerated growth resulted in a loss of any distinctive vernacular architectural character. Some materialistic rebuilding of old quarters has been attempted, but without the temporal layering that I was speaking about, these attempts seem cosmetic, almost like on the surface. And they give rise to a typical any place architecture without heritage or tradition. In this scenario, the development authorities in Muscat try to preserve their architectural imagery of the country compared to other cities. The culture in Muscat was intricately connected to its geology, which is mainly the mountains. So the Ministry of Development, they engaged British and Iraqi architectural firms, and including the renowned architect Hassan Fateh, and an urban morphology strategy was developed, which started with preserving the old settlement and extending development beyond the mountains. Sensitive building codes preserved traditional Omani architecture, which had a sensitive appreciation of the natural environment. Heights of the buildings in these codes, the heights of the buildings were restricted with a maximum of 3 stories in residential areas and 40 meters in commercial zones. External architecture was to remain conservative with light colors of white, light buff, and silver gray. It also prohibited the import of Western architectural styles and features. These rules were celebrating the mountains, and they kept the built form low and muted colors without any gaudy external displays, reflecting the humble Ibadi culture of the people of Oman. So while other cities in the Arabian Peninsula bring up mental images of skyscrapers and flashy buildings, images of Muscat are dominated by rocky mountains and low buildings which almost merge into the mountains. So in such an understated urban landscape, how can identity be built? Art and sculpture play an important role in such a scenario. Being a young economy, the city could not splurge on extravagant art, but sensible choices of urban sculpture were made, which added elements of curves, color, and culture into city life, into the daily life of residents. So at this time, the dusty roads were giving way to 4, 6, 8-lane highways, and sculpture was introduced at important junctions in this network. The roundabouts of Muscat became a stage for showcasing the culture of the country, something for residents to be proud of, and also for the incoming migrants to use as landmarks or wayfinders. Each roundabout and the sculptural element that was placed in there was carefully chosen, designed, and placed in a landscape setting with common themes being history, food, and culture. For example, the Burj Al Sahwa roundabout, which lies at the end of the road from the airport. So this is the first road that incoming migrants travel, and they reach this junction. And it has panels which showcase the local Omani culture on with the help of tile work. So in this slide, I have a key map which shows locations of quick case studies that I have done with respect to the city and its spread and development. Just a quick explanation, starting from the sea on the east. The part in red marks the historical settlements of Muscat Harbor. The orange indicates the developments during the 80s and the 90s, which was the first phase of the city around the mountain. So we have like a loop round road that goes around. And the purple is the growth in the 90s to the 2000s of areas between, again, the mountains and the sea to the western direction. So the first case study is of the Almina roundabout. When the city was growing, the old street networks were retained and preserved. And one of the main roads that were leading to the old city of the old historic precinct, this junction was introduced there to indicate the entry to the heritage precinct and the souk, the local souk. It has an abstract sculpture of a boat with a captain's wheel because the road is leading to the sea. The second case study is the fish roundabout. So the road from that Almina roundabout meets the sea or meets the coast at a T-junction with one arm leading to the port, the other arm leading to a very famous, very popular public space of the Corniche. And smack on the T-junction is the fish market that has grown there. So the natural choice would have been fishes, and they are entwined, and almost it's a part of the daily life of almost all commuters in the city. The third study location is the Al Riyam roundabout. The Corniche road that leads from the fish roundabout has a sea on one side and historical buildings and mountains on the other side. This sculpture is of this roundabout is placed at a break in the mountains where there was a park that was developed called the Al Riyam Park. And this junction indicates the entry to that park. And the success of this sculpture is the color. You know, it is bright gold set against the dusty mountains at the backdrop. And it is the traditional jugs that were used in Omani culture, stacked on top of one another and water flowing down into the fountain. This road then turns southwards and goes into the legislative zone and the palace of the Sultan. The next one is the Wadi Kabir roundabout. If you see, it is placed in, I have a small key map down, and this roundabout is the one on the left. So this is the new development. It was the earliest industrial sector of the city, which grew in the 70s and the 80s. And the sculpture here is the incense burner, which is used to burn Omani frankincense. Again, very, very important part of the daily life of Omanis, and actually even the migrant population that is there now. This frankincense is grown in a microclimatic belt in the south of the country, and it was even called the sweat of the gods. at one time by the Greeks and the Romans. It was the early export of Omanis and source of its medieval riches. At one point, it cost more than gold. The fifth location is the Dala roundabout. So presently, there are new suburbs that are coming up towards the south of the old city. If you remember in the Kiev map, the development in the 90s was towards the west, but now it's more towards the south of the city. And this is a Wayfinder junction that is introduced now from an older road. The sculpture is of kava pots and cups. Again, very integral part of daily Omani life. After every meal, they use these utensils to have their cup of tea. It is a bright gold sculpture against the backdrop of brown rocks, very similar to the Al Riyam roundabout that we saw. The next is the Al Bustan roundabout. It lies at the end of Bustan Street, which comes from the Palace of the Sultan. And it has the council of the ministry. And it also has the Al Bustan Palace Hotel, which was one of the first 7-star hotels in the Arabian Peninsula. This is a traditional boat called the Dow, and it ruled the seas at one point of time. It was used for trade across the seas. And in 1979, a British explorer commissioned this boat using traditional methods and traditional materials, and he sailed this boat from Muscat to China. And then after that journey, it was kept here. It is placed in a beautiful landscaped setting, and it has its own pond in the middle. The next is the Baldiyat roundabout. In the late 70s, the Indian embassy over there established the Indian School of Muscat, which is affiliated to the CBSE board in Delhi. So it catered to the education of the children of the Indian diaspora who had moved there. And as a result, this area became really popular with them. A lot of them were looking for their homes around the school. And it's a smaller sculpture of a kava pot and cups. The reason I have chosen this one, even though it is a smaller roundabout, is that in my survey, when I did it, this was one of the most well-remembered sculptures, as it was part of the daily commute for hundreds of children. This is Sultan Qaboos University roundabout. It was established in the late 80s towards the west of the city in the village called Al Khud. And this roundabout marks an entry to that campus. It is also called the book roundabout for obvious reasons. It has a book in the center, and it reflects the main function of the area. The practice of urban sculpture was adopted across the country, throughout the country, over the years, and even in second-tier cities. And one such example is the Khanjar roundabout, which we see at number 9. This is a traditional weapon that is carried by Omanis in their belt on the waist, and it is also featured in the country's flag. So on highways, these roundabouts and urban sculptures indicated entry into a particular town or into a secondary city. Within the city, these sculptures and these roundabouts indicated entry into a special precinct or a neighborhood. So while sculptural roundabouts can be found in several cities, even in our city, the impact in Muscat is much more due to scale and perception. The low-rise urban landscape does not dwarf the sculpture, but instead it frames it. And the survey that I did, it indicates strong image retention of these urban wayfinders in the mental image of the city by residents across age groups. 40% of the responders residing in Muscat during the 80s and 90s chose these roundabouts as best describing their memories of the city, followed by the beach. During the early 2010s, many new neighborhoods were built, like suburbs, away from the main city. And there was a revision of the building regulations by the ministry. While large public buildings, they were like the Muscat Opera House and the Sultan Qaboos Mosque, which unfortunately I don't have pictures of. They refine and elevate the concept of traditional Omani architecture. The smaller private buildings seem to have lost the balance that was achieved earlier. The rapid growth of the city somehow did not allow for a continuity of these roundabout sculptures, and most of the survey respondents recollected them with a great sense of nostalgia. Thank you.
Asya, thank you for that. Very impressive in terms of maturity, in terms of framing it. Well done. I think the transition from looking at the identity of Muscat to roundabout was not clear. You suddenly jumped into roundabout, and we didn't know. Well, at least I didn't know what happened.
Yes.
You abandoned the city completely. So maybe a kind of a framework that justifies your engagement with roundabout as an urban iconic space around which everything revolves. I think that would be very important as a trans. Also, I wanted to ask you if you've looked at Peter Scriver's work, who's actually he's looking at how the Indian labor contributed to the building activity in Dubai and the Middle East, and how many of how their building there using the labor contributed to the distinct identity of the Middle East, and that would be another dimension that you might want to bring in.
True.
But thank you, well done.
Thank you. Just a quick note. I started with Muscat, the city, and it got too extensive. So I wanted to limit. Yeah, it was getting too complicated. So I just kind of dropped it. Yeah. But the transition, even I understand it's missing. Thank you so much for the comment. Are there more questions?
Our next participant is architect Hisham Ahmed from Aligarh Muslim University.
No, I have to just for the notes. So, hello everyone. My name is Hisham Ahmed, and I'm a MArch student from Aligarh Muslim University. So, my topic is the preserving cultural identity through architectural conservation, a case study of Victoria Gate, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. So, yeah. So, I want to ask, what is heritage? So, can anybody tell me what is heritage? Yes, exactly. It represents the property that we inherited from one generation to another generation. Okay, so what heritage does tell us about? About the cultural values, the sacrifices our ancestors made, and the struggles of our ancestors, obviously. So basically, like this, the Aligarh Muslim University holds a great influence nationally and internationally. Okay, though although AMU also possesses both tangible and intangible heritage, like it is a basically a inspiration model of the Oxford University, if you guys know. Like when Sir Syed Ahmad Khan came to India, Aligarh, from Oxford University, he reimagined the Oxford University as in India. Okay, so exactly, so he built a campus, a 74 acres campus in Aligarh, which he called the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College. So this Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College has a gate, has an entrance gate, which he inspired from the Taj Mahal. So basically, if you go in from the entrance gate of the Taj Mahal to the Taj Mahal, you stand, you see a glimpse of Taj Mahal. So exactly like this, if you there's a Victoria gate, which is the main topic of my research. So basically, if you enter just on the Victoria Gate, if you stand in the center of the Victoria Gate, you will see there's a stretchy hall, which is a library and also a museum, which gives an exact glimpse, just like the Taj Mahal. So basically, the objective is to provide the methods for saving, preserving the structure which belongs to the AMU, and also raise awareness of its preservation. And the aim is to maintain its architectural, aesthetic, cultural, historical significance of Victoria Gate. And you guys also know that in India, there are a lot of huge amount of architecturally historical buildings which we need to preserve and conserve. So basically, we can't save all of them, but we choose out best of them and we preserve them because they had a national importance in one way or the other way. So basically, it created a social impact also. So, what about the founder? The founder was Mr. Sayyid Ahmad Khan, who was born in 1817, and he is basically known for his retaining of the Muslim community, its social and political clout. Further go to the what about the Victoria Gate? Victoria Gate is the entrance gate, and what is basically it is famous for its clock tower, which is still functioning. So that clock tower was gifted by Joseph Beg. Joseph Beg is the father of Theodore Beg. If you guys know about the Theodore Beg, Mr. Theodore Beg, he was one of the greatest professor from the England in 1800s. So he resigned from there in Oxford University, and he came to Aligarh Muslim University to teach the students the English culture and the scientific culture. So the estimated cost of the clock tower was about 2,800 in 1920, and the initial plan of the Sir Syed created the initial plan for the construction of the Victoria Gate in 1885, and the gate was finally completed in the 1920s. It has the third floor, the ground floor, which is the entrance floor, the first floor, which is the Sami Manzil, and the third floor, which is the main part of the structure, that is the clock tower. I'm sorry, I forgot to skip the slides. So, its historical significance. So, Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College was created in 1887. As I told you earlier, the college was modeled after the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, blending Islamic ideals with the British education system. So, over the time, this building right now is transformed into Sir Syed Hall, which needs really serious conservation and its preservation, because as you know, it is a hostel, and boys on like to deteriorate things. So basically, the complex still have the central part, and the central part is the stretchy hall, which is now a museum and also a lecture hall, and also many notable buildings like Asman Manzil, Mushtaq Manzil, Lytton Library. Lytton Library is known for its artifacts, like so many Mughal artifacts and also British colonial artifacts are also there. And obviously, the main entrance, the Victoria Gate, which is serving as its main entrance. So, if I talk about its architectural description, so basically, in architectural description, the building features iconic pointed arches, which are also combined with semicircular pointed arches. Like I want to show you. Okay. So as you can see, this is the starting point of the building in the plan. And this part, as you can see in there, there's a pointed arch, a big pointed arch. And inside that big pointed arch, there's a horseshoe arch. So basically, exactly like this, there are all four horseshoe arches inside it. And the last one is the big pointed arch. So I heard in I read an article of Times of India in 2017, in which it is said that the Victoria Gate is one of the most iconic entrance gate in the world. I didn't know it is authentic. That's why I didn't add in my presentation. But it was said by, but nobody denied that fact. So basically, this gate is considered as the one of the most iconic entrance in the world, and there's nothing like this entrance gate. So basically, the overall design of this building is follows the Indo-Saracenic architecture with the blending of the Victorian architecture and the Gothic style. So, if I talk about the facade, as you can see on this is the south facade. This is the main front facade of the building, in which you can see the facade. This facade is made of the red and beige sandstone. So in this red and beige sandstone, there are so many elements which are incorporated, just like the jalis, which has so many carvings, as we can see in the Mughal architecture, inverted lotus, and there are three uh, chhatris and charokas. On the top of that, you can see there are small minarets, minaret type structures, and also this is the clock tower. So the art, as I can already told you, the arches are the main dominant part of this structure. So if I talk about the details of the clock tower, so clock tower, basically the main thing is that we didn't know that which company manufactured this clock. So because if we knew about the company, so it is really easy to repair it, and it will function as good as new. So basically, this clock tower is the main amalgamation of the Gothic architecture, Victorian architecture, and the Indo-Saracenic architecture. So, Aligarh Muslim University holds a really good cultural significance because it has includes the Victoria Gate, which serves as the museum and the colonial museum for colonial and Mughal architecture, which also has a important socio-cultural, which held so important socio-cultural events just like Republic Day, Independence Day. Like this is the center for the city in which all the major socio-cultural events held. As I told you earlier, so this building needs a really and serious recognition and serious care, because this building was modeled after something great. So, if I talk about the aesthetic significance, the complex show, the Gothic style, four-centered pointed arches, trefoil, multifoil arches, and segmental arches. It has the extensive use of the patterns and symmetric is evident through the architecture. So basically, the features such as grand entrance arches, exposed brickwork, carvings, ornamentation, calligraphy, stone jharokas, colored glass, stone jali, and cornices enhance the aesthetic value of the Victoria Gate. So basically, if I talk about the recommendations overall on this building, so it is really this building really needs a periodic survey to monitor its condition and address any damage has been done or not. And the second part is the most important part, which includes the involve of architecture student for the survey and the documentation. Just like as a student, I'm saying, frankly speaking, that we saw we have a syllabus in which we do the documentation, but we didn't take it seriously. So there's a really a big need for students, architecture student, to take this documentation and the conservation work seriously, and the restoration of building should be properly conservation oriented with proper techniques. Like we have to find the authenticity and the originality of the building. we have to conduct a thorough historical analysis. So we should understand its proper value. As for like for this, I have done the documentation of this building as my part of my curriculum. So I have found so many documents in the library, the Nehru Library, which is in Delhi. So there are so many documents about this building, and if you, ma'am, if you want to see my documentation, so I will show it to you after the presentations. So basically, the after the basic and yeah, main part is that this building is altered in so many ways, like the if the arch is deteriorated or any elements is damaged, so the damage has been changed with the cement and the mortar instead of the stonework. So basically we have to reverse the inappropriate alteration, such as removing the, somewhere it is the white paint, so we have to remove the white paints and from the stone arches, and there are a lot of red paints on the wall, so we have to remove the red paints and use the surkhi, because in earlier days they used the surkhi as a paint, which gives a good aesthetic appearance. So we have also have to check the authenticity for the reconstruction. So basically, Victoria Gate of the Sir Syed Hall complex is important in both the aspects, like tangible and intangible. Like it has aesthetic qualities, it has historical, cultural, and social associations. So the main question is that why are not we able to conserve these buildings? We have to like we have to show interest in conserving these buildings. We have to observe every heritage buildings. First, we as a citizen of India have to observe these building, every heritage building. Then the government or the other higher authority will know about the buildings. So as a perspective of, as a student, as a citizen of India, this is my, I think this is my responsibility and yours responsibility to understand these the building. You go everywhere, you travel everywhere, you saw, definitely saw historical buildings. Like 2 years ago I visited Italy. So there I saw there's a small bungalow which their government constantly throwing the money for the conservation. And I was like, यार ये तो इंडिया में मेरे दादा का घर भी ऐसा ही है 100 साल पुराना. So exactly, we all think that they have the big architectural value or the historical value, but in India we have far more historical buildings and far more heritage building than the Europeans or the other countries, even the Arabs. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a good documentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And gave us some detailed insights into that structure.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad also that you ended up with some suggestions, recommendations to take
Yes, ma'am.
this
Thank you.
forward. What I'm interested in knowing is, have you documented this yourself, the entire work? You were saying that
Yes,
you will
ma'am, I have done it by
show
myself.
sometime.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your individual effort?
Yes,
or
ma'am. This is my individual
As a
effort.
group, acha, individual.
Yes, ma'am. This.
Very nice.
Thank you so
Thank
much, ma'am. Any question, ma'am? Thank you.
And the last participant from this category is architect Vismaya Vinod Nair from BMS College of Architecture, Bangalore.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. I'm Vismaya Vinod Nair from BMS College of Architecture, doing my MArch in Habitat Design. So today I'm here to present my paper titled Architectural Juggernaut, Decoding the Marvel. So to familiarize you with the topic, it will talk about building physiology, on how the natural systems can be used to create sustainable solutions, with an intro, the methodology and the phases of architecture, and how those results can give you sustainable solutions. So, physiology is described as a branch of art physiology which is concerned with aesthetic value of the building with relation to the cultural context. And the purpose of this research was mainly to understand the natural systems, the structures, procedures, and provide a sustainable solution to the societal problems at now. Architecture is not just about integrating the spaces with the surroundings, but also to enhance the wellness and health so that it symbolizes the traditions and cultures. So the research methodology that was followed here was that first the idea was to solve the problems of the society, the architecture in buildings, and develop sustainable solutions by imitating nature. And literatures from journals, articles, web pages were incorporated in this paper, and also the end result was how to understand and assess these ideas from nature so that effective design solutions could be given. So, in general, if we see, architecture has been concerned with understanding the built environment on how people lived in that particular place since antiquity. Modern architecture at present would not have existed if it was not had not drawn influences from the ancient architecture. So in the table here, it shows the different phases of architecture, which categorizes from the period of the design style, the structures that were constructed, what type of materials were used, and what are the lessons drawn from it, and how from that ancient period till now, evolutions and inferences learned has made us develop this sustainable solutions at present. So here are a few examples just to give a glimpse of this entire table. It looked into first, the Romans used tufa stones, travertine materials on how the engineered structures like aqueducts, bridges were built. And in Gothic style, it lessened the trust and reducing the stress on other structural components, and also they made small detailed detailings which made it look aesthetically pleasing. Then in Indian architecture, if we see the Indus Valley civilization, it taught us how futuristic urban designs can be built with well-panned streets built by sun-dried burnt bricks, mud mortar, and waterproofing layers with gypsum, plaster, and bitumen for the great bath and toilets. So also according to the climate conditions in India, there are various kinds of varieties of domes and arches which have been built with open pavilions made for the purpose of ventilation and aesthetic pleasures, which also had intricate jolly designs for cross ventilation point of views. While in modern architecture, the style modified from form follows function to less is more, which sought to explain the time, character, and material, which is presently not suiting for the people point of view. But now, contemporary, universal, and inclusive architecture looks to create the harmony surrounded by approaching the local climate and culture of the people with sustainable approach, and also by reducing the dependence on non-renewable sources of resources. So now sustainable architecture is something that is growing to a very defined point of view, and it's very important to understand why we have to use it. So sustainable architecture is something that incorporates environmental conscious designs and construction techniques into the field of architecture. And one such concept in sustainable architecture is biomimicry, which is innovation inspired by nature. So in biomimicry, there are four main approaches: anthropometric, biomorphic, literal interpretation, and systemic interpretation approach. So here in biomimicry, there are three main classifications: organism, behavior, and ecosystem. Organism is to directly imitate the shape and form of the species or a part of that organism. Behavior is to imitate the process, while ecosystem is to imitate the particular ecosystem in general. So the few examples that were used To understand this idea was the first understanding the conceptual idea, the usage, how the design problem and how it has approached sustainability with different efficiency goals. So as you can see here, first is the Ministry of Agriculture in Qatar, which mimics the cactus plant. So the sun shades in the cactus plant, sun shades in the building were placed in such a way that it not only looks like a cactus, but also it controls the amount of sunlight in way that is entering the building. So it regulates the temperature inside. And on sustainability point of view, if we see, it has achieved energy efficiency, material efficiency, cost effective technology, and also passive design with functionality and aesthetic efficiency. Another example is the hive in architecture, the hive in Gujarat, which mimics the beehives concept. So the modules here created in such a way that it has a spectacular sciographic concept, which ensures the quality of light entering with giving proper thermal comfort levels with locally available, recyclable, and climate responsive materials. And on the sustainability scale, the goals achieved are renewable sources of usage, energy efficiency, material efficiency, cost effective technology, passive design strategy, and functionality and aesthetic efficiency. In the Eden project in United Kingdom, it mimics the soap bubbles. So the hexagonal frames of the biomes of the Eden project were made on the concept like how the soap bubble expands with on top with the concept of air. So the same way, to withstand the cladding and wind load of it, this overcame by wind load. It also tried to create it by creating its own power for the building, and surrounded also that power was not only used for the system over there but also for the neighborhood around that area. So on the sustainability factors, the goals achieved here was energy efficiency, material efficiency, functionality, and aesthetics in efficiency. So these were the examples of biomimicry which gave a positive approach for better solutions in the built environment to achieve sustainability. Also, another point of view, if we see, approaching biomimicry for the results point of view, there are two ways: design to biology and biology to design. So that is done by two methods: the top-down method and the bottom-down method. So top-down method is the first, the idea, then the finding the solution, and then through nature. And down-top method is first the challenge and then finding solutions based on that. So to conclude, architecture teaches us not only how to plan and construct a building, but also to understand how the need and significance and changes has to be brought to the environment. As an architect, it is our responsibility that we have to become an integral and essential part in the building industry, where the feasibility to achieve that efficiency in buildings and surroundings can go hand in hand. Also, architects should use this method of biomimicry for evolving designs so that the buildings can look in a different way efficiently as well. And biomimicry, being a new strategy, combines cost effectiveness and sustainability. And in general, if we see again, sustainability in design is for the better, healthier environment for the people in a conscious way. With biomimicry, it will not only make the structure efficient, but also at the micro level help the interior of the building and the surrounding context. This simply can be used as a design tool to provide sustainable solutions to the human problems that do not damage the environment. The limitations while doing this research and the literature reviews since 2018, the time since I'm trying to analyze biomimicry and such, what especially in Indian point of view, is that the research based on these and the efficiencies of sustainability which has to be given is far less than compared to what has been done in abroad. And it was not much looked into a scale of building or design point of view. So there's a huge research of biomimicry on engineering point of view. Like for example, the bullet train, which was inspired from the kingfisher bird. So the whole need of the hour right now is that we learn from nature so that we can give back to nature, and so that it stays for the future generations and that resources are not depleted enough. And one thing which we tend to forget now is that nature keeps adapting itself according to the climate changes. So if we learn from nature is when we can give it back to nature. And again, to our fellow delegates like Kumani Anubhav, how he said, culture and the space constraints with the people and community plays a very important role when we are building any surrounding context. And if we have to do that with sustainability approach right now, it has to go hand in hand so that architects play the surroundings with the building so that it is efficient. Thank you. Any question?
Unfortunately, I missed a little part of your presentation, but in the beginning, you said something like you would like to solve the issues of the society. So I don't know.
Ma'am, the societal problems as present, if we see, was on based on the factors that they don't have enough number of natural resources that are available because it's depleting. So if we have to somehow get that back, we have to somehow learn from nature on how it adapts itself and then give it back to so learn from nature on how it adapts itself in the climate conditions, use that and mimic it so that that building becomes efficient, and with that the area around and the space also gets evolved and becomes energy efficient or renewable efficient. It's okay, ma'am.
Sorry, I didn't see you were going to ask. Who is Mr. Nature?
All the 5 elements and the people who live on that the
5
place.
elements? Can I see the 5 elements? If I mix 5 elements in a jar, it's equal to Mr. Nature. My question is, how do you define nature?
The condition at which we are presently living can also be part of nature. Nature cannot be exactly defined in a term. It's a wide scope of knowledge. Yeah.
Can we go back to the slide where you have shown your goal?
This one, ma'am?
Do you think you've been able to achieve this goal? If yes, how? Without validation, without an empirical analysis, how have you achieved this goal?
Ma'am, here the analysis point of view was based on how efficiently, for the present need, how resources can be mobilized and efficiency of the building can be made so that the resources does not get depleted for the future generations. So on the sustainability point of view was how the analysis for this was looked into.
It was a self-analysis,
Yes.
right? And one thing more, I mean, it's for all the postgraduate candidates because we cannot, maybe expect right now from the undergrads. But when you are mentioning literature review and you are presenting, those in-text citations should be a part of your presentation so that the reviewers also can see
Yes,
what you've
ma'am.
referred.
Yeah.
And you who has mentioned the literature review for the past 4 years that you've been doing it, especially in the Indian context, it was important, has been already done. So that should have been a part of your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Man. I would like to add that she was the first one to send her entry for our symposium. So- And now we move on to the next category, which is the PhD research scholar. And we have one presentation in that category that is by architect Aparajita Kaushik from School of Architecture and School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal.
Yes. That's the pen drive. Thank you. Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm architect Aprajita Kaushik from SPA Bhopal. And this is one of the part of my study that I am sharing with you on this platform. It's the experimental study for vertical wind profile to understand the velocity, especially for a wind-induced natural ventilation in high-rise buildings. This is one topic part of the. Yeah. The structure of presentation will start with a brief introduction about what is the background and why are we talking about wind and natural ventilation. Then coming to urban winds and the climate that we see in urban morphology. Then coming to natural ventilation in high-rise building, and then ultimately to the scope and aims and objective of this presentation. The scope will then be defined about what are the predictive models that are used in literature about the experimental setup that is being carried out in this research. The contextual reference, predictive model, and then experimental setup, both will be discussed. Then the data analysis and the result would be discussed. Then the discussion. When we talk about wind, we generally talk about air, we talk about air pollution, but once we talk about wind, then the difference between air and wind is that the wind is with some velocity. Basically, the unit of measurement changes. We are talking about the speed as well as the direction. These two are the main difference between air and wind. So wind, as we know, is statistically is a vector quantity. But when we want to measure wind, the earliest form of measuring of the wind was with Byford scale, which talked about gale and which talked about various other forms of wind. And this is how we basically started measuring wind. But when we come to wind in a built environment, which is the scope of architecture, there are many ways to define it. People have called it that we need it for natural ventilation. Basically, if we look at our SV31, which is National Building Code 2016, Volume 2, it talks about that it is going to give us good health and comfort. All these points, the comfort has various parameters. It talks about other scales of parameters that you can define comfort with. One of them can be human comfort, thermal comfort, and the list goes on. Givoni, in his book Climate Consideration for Building and Urban Design, talked about maintaining air quality, which is AIQ, which is what we've been talking about throughout COVID-19. And the second is daytime comfort ventilation. That means, as a human, what we feel about when we feel the wind. I feel that in my research, what I'm trying to do is in all these things of AIQ, and human comfort and everything, we have basically forgotten that how we as a human being feel wind. So if we have to get for natural ventilation and feel the wind, what should be the quality that we are looking at? So in these two things, then if you have to define natural ventilation, you have to know what are you ventilating for. Every time your unit of measurement will change. If you're going for human comfort, your unit of measurement and parameters will change. If you want to go for AIQ, again, your measuring data would be different. You will be taking care of CO2 level and everything. And if you just want to talk about wind for natural ventilation, probably you will be looking at meters per second. You may not be needed to take out any other data. Ventilation again has two forms: natural ventilation, mechanical or natural. So in natural ventilation, just to give a brief physics about natural ventilation, it is divided into two parts. That is a buoyancy driven, that is purely temperature that we see in the low-rise structure where there is a temperature difference outside and the wind moves because of buoyancy. And the second, that is a wind driven, that the wind basically moves because of pressure difference. Most of the cases in the current scenario, if it is a low-rise structure, we see combination of both. But as soon as we go higher, where there is no thermal influxes, we see only wind-driven ventilation or wind-driven natural ventilations. So the question here is, are we actually considering wind-driven or doing ventilation strategies on higher floors as per the wind-driven natural ventilation or the wind outside? If there is no thermal fluxes on the higher floors, then we have to only consider the wind there. So do we have the data? I don't think so we have a data. So just a brief outlook that this is the Byford scale and then comparison of that into what are the meters per second. The first here is the first line here is the conversion of meter per scale. This is taken by SP875, which is the document used by the civil engineers who basically does the structural stability. And what is the structural stability due to wind forces? Unfortunately, these are the only two places where the wind studies has been used and not by us. So as an architect, so these are the, as we compare it, as we go higher, we'll see that these are the areas where the wind speed is high. And as we go to the peninsular area, again, we see huge amount of winds that are coming there. So are we on a high-rise building? Again, the question is, are we actually considering these wind speed? I don't think so. Now also architects, they design at a windrows. We all designed our building for ventilation for a windrows for the data that is collected at 10-meter height. And if we are talking about high rise, we can see that even on the coastal area, the wind speeds are quite higher. Now coming to the urban level, if we are talking about high-rise building, we generally see these kind of buildings in an urban area. So does the wind behave in, what is the behavior of the wind in urban morphology? If we look at the literature, the wind, as we go up, tends to increase in speed. The nature of wind is when it starts going up, it increases in wind speed, and in the lower part, the turbulence increases. The turbulence means that what is the various speed? Sometimes it will be a dead zone, and sometimes there will be a high active zone of wind. Wind becomes more turbulent progressively downwards. So as we see in various literature, and also the diagram here, which is taken by Fernando, that this is the rural area where the same wind speed is achieved at a very lower level. In an urban area, it is achieved at a higher level. And the turbulence, which is there in the ground in a rural area, is somewhat different in an urban area. So as a designer and an architect, are we still using windrows for designing ventilation strategy in high-rise building? Yes, we are. We are really lacking the data. So this is where the question is that before designing an high-rise building, you should understand what is your wind environment outside, specifically when there is only wind-driven ventilation available on high-rise. There is no buoyancy. So now when I say that, what is the wind quality outside? Do we know that? These are the ways we can, in literature, we can measure it through this. These are called as predictive law. The first one is empirical law, that is logarithmic profile, power law, and Davison-Harris, and it keeps on going on. These are mathematical derivations. Other is through observations. These are done purely by the meteorological department. These are radio sondas, and the balloons that we see are launched, and on a higher level, the pressure and the wind speed could be measured. Then the analytical, that is CFD, computational fluid dynamics. And the experimental is a full-scale model being done and put it in the wind tunnel, testing to understand what is the wind speed. So my study actually comprises of the first and the third one. Architectural, now when we look at what are the studies done for the high-rise building, has there any study been done? Yes, Etheridge Ford is one of the leading person who's been doing study, and along with Passe. According to the literature, if we look at high-rise building, they are a combination of these three. One is the isolated building, if we want to do, which is more prominently seen in areas in the coastal areas also. And many of the modern buildings that we just have an isolated floor, and either there is a cross ventilation or there is a single-sided ventilation. The second is connected. There's a central core that is again an atrium or a shaft that again combines some kind of a buoyancy. Because if there is a shaft, then there is a buoyancy, and then that's how the wind gets sucked up and goes out. The third is again very interesting, which is the segmented. That means the middle floors are completely omitted. That is seen in an example over here, that is Commerzbank in Frankfurt, Germany, which is being used. And we could see how the wind speed increases with the height. That is wind available meters square per second. The study conducted talks about meter seconds per second. Meter square per second. The wind, the amount of wind available is higher in this case. So these are the three combination we can go for a high-rise residential building up till now in the literature. That helped me in finalizing the study that I want to take up to, the study that I want to do. So I picked up the first case because I picked up a location that I'm going to talk about. The contextual study is more in a warm and humid. And why warm and humid? So that's why I needed to include this. So now coming to, with this brief history and literature, now coming to what is the scope of this? I want to predict the wind speed through empirical method and validate it through experimental setup. So first of all, calculating it through experimental, empirical method, and then validating the same through experimental observation. The objective are to study the urban climate and its effect on the wind pattern, then the document various type of predictive urban wind profile, draw conclusion on an appropriate method to be used, which I am using these two, and to document it further, that is the data analysis part. The premises, the whole premises of the study, I'm again repeating myself, is that if there is a progressive increase as we go up in throughout the height, do we need to document it? And this data would primarily become an input data for further studies for effective natural ventilation in high-rise buildings. The scope, again, in an urban area, the experimental study would be conducted in an in situ, only in windy months. By after taking out what are the windy months, those are the months where the study has been done. And the type of building is considered under construction, since if it is constructed, I will not be able to measure the actual wind profile or the nature of the wind, as wind changes its shape if there is some obstruction or if there is a opening which is small or big. So I categorically took the building which is under construction and it has a frame structure, so the wind could just pass through without any obstruction, apart from the slabs. We'll see in the study. The limitation is that the building is only in facing the windward side. I'm not doing the leeward side. So whatever is the prominent wind direction, the building should be perpendicular to that. The broad methodology, the literature that I have done, and the second is the secondary data collection, through which I would be going for the empirical method. And the next would be collection of in situ data. For that I'll go for the experimental observation. These are the three broad categories. Now, climate and selection, why I chose, my study is related to Pune. Basically, Pune is warm and humid, and if we look at the literature, where exactly is wind used as a powerful tool for passive strategies? Wind, if you look at Otto Queensberg, if you look at Arvind Krishnan, if you look at Sun, Wind and Light, the Brown Book, every one of them, the maximum amount wind is used as a passive strategy is in warm and humid and hot and humid climate. So that's why I use this climatic zone as my study. Again, a brief description about Pune. Pune lies in warm and humid climate as per ECBC, the windy months, and the average temperature is around 20 and goes to 37 throughout the year. We see monsoon generally in September, and the average rainfall of 76.3. The windrows provided by IMD, we see that these are the maximum wind direction, which is to 5 to 6 meters per second, is coming from south and southwest side. So again, this will help me in finalizing the building. For the windy month, again, IMD data, synoptic data was used, that by calculating, I could see that from May to August, as these are the monsoonal months, we see the maximum amount of windy days, as against other months, it is just 3 to 46 to 20. So hence, the study area was taken as May to August. In my first draft that I submitted, the reviewer actually pointed out that study of one building should not be able to conclude it. So to that, I have already done a pilot study before going ahead with the full area data collection, where I took data on the month of November and December, because those were the months that the site was available for me. So I went for that. I did data collection for 2 buildings. One building is part A. If somebody is familiar with Pune, this is a Koregaon Park area, which is again dense. The building was around 67 meter high. So, and they were, you can say it was more into urban morphology, which I spoke about earlier, where the tendency of wind was more turbulent. And I was looking at non-turbulent wind for my study to have wind speed, to have wind-induced ventilation. The second area was, and secondly, it was almost getting over. So my third criteria, that it should be under construction so that the wind nature could be judged. The second study was done at point B. This is in Kharadi. And this is the site. It is near the very famous Eon Park. And it is, the building is actually facing Mula River, and the surrounding outside is almost like rural or semi-urban area. Mostly peri-urban area with hardly any turbulence or a roughness provided. This was, the building was under construction in RCC frame. It was again a 100-meter high building, which was greater than the study A. and no obstruction or urban roughness, and orientation was purely towards the windward side that was facing south. So it suited all the parameters. Before I go ahead, I just want you that when the wind hits the building is called as a buff building in the study. There are 3 zones that are created. The wake that is behind, that is no wind zone area. Second, the wind, when it strikes the building, it goes upwards. And third is that it creates a downdraft. This is how a wind behave around a building and hence against a high-rise building. Now, what happens in this is that once we are talking about wind driven, not buoyancy, I'm not going to talk about the lower level since my study is on the higher floor. These are the negative pressures on the higher floors. Wind tends to speed up on the higher floor also because of this negative pressure. Apart from, so what I'm trying to draw is that even if we have a wind data from some X place and go for the empirical derivation, which gives me a logarithmic profile, it might happen that on your site, when you put the building, the amount of wind available on higher floors would be even more accentuated. Right? That study needs to be done. So going ahead with my first phase of the study where the empirical derivation was used, I used log law. This is the logarithmic law where this is the von Karman's constant, which is generally 0.41, and ux is the wind speed at a height. That is what we take at 10 meters is our wind rose speed. And then ultimately we have to take a logarithm of what you want to take wind. If you have a wind speed at 10 meter, you can predict wind speed at 20, 30, 40, 50. This goes as a profile. The only input is that you need to know what is a roughness length and what is a friction velocity, which is given by this table. So for my case, it is in a suburban area. So I have taken 0.089 and the roughness terrain of 0.1. These are available in the text. So going ahead, so building height from 11 to 100 meters. These are what is given by Jayashree, various month. So if I put the formula in the logarithmic profile, I would get the wind at 32 meters. Now, this is just a mathematical derivative. Going by this, an average wind speed of 1, average wind speed in Pune is 1 meters per second. It becomes 70% higher. It is 70% higher on the 100th floor. And once we design 100th floor, I see typically you pick up any building, I see the same windows all over. What it does is that the experience that a user is having, you are relying on them to close and open the window every time. They have no knowledge of what should be the AIQ and all those things. And we are just taking a back step on actually the natural ventilation that we should be working and not letting the user, the end user, let's open it this much or don't even open it. If you look at many of these studies and the studies being done by the user perception of opening and closing the window, you will find most of the people have said that we don't want to open the window in the time that you need the wind. This is because we don't consider this wind speed. It's humongous. And on the windy months, what is an average of 1.9 becomes 3.2, that is 86% rise, 68% rise in wind speed. That should be accounted for by us as designers and consider designing. So this is what I have done in an empirical formula. Now I wanted to go ahead and confirm to it. So I use a different method that is where I went to the site and observed on the site for the same building. So this is a building that I talked about that is located on site B over here. And this is a 100-meter height building. So this is the highest floor and the wind recorded was at that instant was 21.56. So if an average is showing 3.2 at 100-meter height was actually on the windy day was 3.2. So there is a stark difference between a empirical formula or a predictive model and what is actually available on the site. Now this is a gap which probably some other researcher needs to pick up and confirm to this and give us some kind of a formula or generalized formula that can be used. But this is not the scope of my study. My study is basically to put this as an input data and then derive at a natural ventilation strategy on a higher floor. Again, these are the measuring instrument which were calibrated and everything. The measurement point were, since it is a windward side measurement, so these were the windward side measurement and these measurements were taken over here. This is under construction site. Now the analysis or the data that is being taken. The data were taken on 3rd, 11th, and 12th, and these are the various heights where the data was taken at the time of the day, and the mean max was taken. This is for November study that I did with the pilot study, that is a non-windy day, but these are the studies for the windy days. And we could see that at 3rd floor, the average is coming out, the 10 meter, the average is coming out to 4.3 to 3 to 4.7 and ultimately to 5.6, giving us an average of 4.4, which was earlier 3.2. If I take an average at 100 floor, it is coming to 4.4, which is well within the range of the root mean square. So I can consider this. Again, if I draw a parallel between the empirical formula said 1.9 at 11 meters, and it becomes 3.2, and here I'm getting 4.4. So as per the root square, it is well within the error limit, and we can consider it. Where are the last slides? Okay. So 2 slides missing, मेरी conclusion. There were 2 graphs. This is the last for discussion. So can you put a PDF then? There must be a PDF. PDF is not loaded. So, okay. No. Okay. Ma'am, आपकी folder में देखो मैं project from your folder that you add something.
But they cannot delete the slides. If it is there, it should be there.
Yeah, now it's coming. Yeah,
it should be there.
So, sorry about that. Okay, I can't go to the. So, if you remember the last slide, they were. I know, ma'am. If it's a PDF, can I go a slide? Just a slide before this so that a continuity is there. Yes. So we were here where I talked about that 3.2 to 4.4. It is well within the error limit. So next, can I go to the next slide, please? That's okay, sir. We can. So this is a for the log profile, that is the empirical, the first part of the study. What was available at 10 meter is this, and what the profile gave me, the 70% rise and 68% rise, almost 70% increase in the wind speed was given by the logarithmic mathematical formula. It is an empirical derivative that anyone can use and predict. And what it did was it did confirm that yes, there is an exponential increase in the first question is already answered, that we do not actually use the wind speed at a higher floor, which is there as per the literature also, and for the critical months. The second study, which was taken on site, I could see that there is a dip. This is the log profile, that is empirical formula, and this is in-site data collection for the critical month. That is, there is a dip in the 0.2, that is in the mid floor. The mid floor was considered between 30 up to 30 to 35 from 11 meters onwards in that. So there is a dip, which was what I was interested in understanding. And this is a gap which again someone else can also pick up, that in urban area, probably the study of multiple buildings under the same condition needs to be done to establish that why there is a dip. What I could find out with the literature, and again, this is where the discussion starts, that this dip is explained more by Errol in his book, where there's a displacement, he calls this as a segregation point. That why that is happening in the midway is what I explained, that whenever the wind hits the building, there is three zones that are formed. That is, one is which is wake, that is outside, that is behind the building. So any building in urban area which is coming behind you is going to be in wind dead zone. But we are interested in the windward side, so we can see that there are negative pressure already formed. So somewhere in the midpoint, there is a displacement zone where the wind turns and diverts itself to the lower and the upper floor. The speed is basically directly proportional to the negative pressure on the ground floor, or on the ground, or on the higher floor. On higher floor, there is a less pressure, so hence the wind speeds up much more higher than the ground floor. But in the center, somewhere in the midriff, you will find that there is a segregation point, and that's what explained because of the vortex effect of the wind. Vortex is the straight line, and the wind starts kind of going around it. And if it is a bigger mouth, then there's a segregation point that is happening over here, and the wind speed just drops. There's a lull point. If the vortex is inward out, that means the wind speed will get accentuated and it will hit with a very high speed. But somewhere in the middle floor, so if you're having a middle floor in a high rise building, you will realize that the wind speed actually drops. So this is a gap that I would like to point out at this, that a need to study about with various buildings, especially with the high rise, that at what is that wind point where we will see that there's a drop in the wind speed, and how much is a drop in the wind speed. In my case, it is quite well showing within 20% range, but again, I cannot confirm it until unless multiple studies are done. So this is a point of that I want to make any further person to take a future endeavor to go and discuss. But for me, my study for my further studies, this is where my study ended, where I took changed the error point and took the wind data as an input parameter for my natural ventilation inside the house. So thank you very much for listening to me, and for this presentation and for this conference, my study is till this point. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Though you've shown graphically the difference between what is derived mathematically and what was actually, but it would have been appreciable if that was in the table format too, with a column extra to show the mathematical derivations at each height. Or is it not? Yeah.
Ma'am,
here.
this is the mathematical derivative.
Which one?
This one.
The first column.
This one is the one that is taken on site. Wind data on site observation, and this is the mathematical derivation in the wind profile. So what was given is the wind speed at 10 meters or 11 meter by
No. What I'm asking is, like, you calculated at 10 meter, 39 meter. Is it also, are you able to calculate using the formula at different heights also?
Yes.
What you have shown in the graph.
This is the one. So you wanted this to be in the graph form?
Yeah.
Okay. So for the, wait a minute. This is the graph form for the month wise. I'm comparing 100 and 11 meter. So in between, no, I'm not comparing because my study is basically, but what happened was it ultimately became, because I saw the dip and deviation in the 0.2. So that's when I started studying that why there's a deviation, because ultimately, if this is going to become that input parameter for my further studies, I need to be very sure that I'm not falling in some error zone.
Okay. So the research gap that you're trying to state is that there is an absence of study actually done on site, and there is a mismatch between the values that are mathematically computed and ones those are found at site. If I'm not wrong.
At the midriff, yes. Otherwise, all of them are in, they are going in, the perfect average is going. Only at this point, I don't find that they are at a perfect average that they're leaving. Both of them are showing a good root mean square.
So this is the experimental study, as you have named it, vertical profile, wind velocity, natural ventilation. Now, how do you incorporate it in design?
Right. So that is the second and third stage of my study.
You've completed, or you are in the process?
I am almost ending. So my studies are almost done. So this was the first stage where...
so it would have been great to show some incorporation of these findings.
Absolutely, ma'am. Once my paper is published, I'll definitely share it with you.
Okay. So anything that you want to say, how you're going to do that?
I'm going to publish my paper.
No. How you're going to do this? Whatever results you have included.
Right. So in my second stage, I have used the software computational fluid dynamics, where I started with a single plan that is basically by 3 meter by 3 meter. That is a habitable room, and with that, various number of openings, percentage of openings. Since I am going by sill and lintel and whatever permutation I can do, because these are the norms. I'm not going against the norm that let's not have a lintel, let's not have a beam. Be realistic and have the range within that, and having the percentage, and then put these wind input data along with what is in CFD is called as the input parameter that we called is the domain. So what are your domain entry? Those need to be entered, and then the inside wind velocity, which is ascertained through ACH, that is air change per hour, and meters per second, both of them. I am not going into AIQ. I'm not going into, that's what my first statement was, that we are missing out on wind as such for us as human. We are just dividing it into, oh, it is AIQ, oh, so much amount of carbon dioxide, let me increase it. And this study became more important during COVID, that, that much amount of pollutants should go out. But in this whole study,
Can you define your research implication in one line for practitioners or architects?
As a ready reckoner for the
Yes.
opening configuration in high-rise residential building.
My question was that if you're trying to develop a ready reckoner for design of openings, will the surrounding buildings not have an effect on the wind speed?
That is one of my limitation. That I am not taking, you can say that I'm taking only a windward side of the building. I'm not considering the surrounding. Because once a designer is designing, they just individually think what is happening on their site.
Precisely.
Right.
So if there is a building which is being constructed on the leeward side of the building which you have considered,
Right.
then for them that
That is
side
the-
is the windward side.
It's a wake side, yes, ma'am.
So then what happens? I mean, how would your ready reckoner function in that
It
situation?
will not. It will not, because it is a starting point that I'm starting a question that why we designers don't use. Right now, how much I have studied this wind speed change or the vertical wind profile is used by this glazing consultants. The wind speed is used by structural engineers for the structural stability, and now even the wind engineers, because they're going for the hybrid kind of energy system where the solar panels as well as the windmills are used. But we as an architects are not using that data on a higher floor. The basic question started with why we are having the similar windows till the top. Right.
Precisely.
So to start with, I'm starting with the point that okay, this is the best condition in warm and humid side. Even if a windward building is there, are we even considering that it is unobstructed nothing? So if I'm giving a ready reckoner that in an unobstructed building, if this is what the change in wind speed and how much comes inside is there, then let's start. Then somebody else can take up for the other urban morphology and urban areas. I know a lot of studies has been done for walkways in urban areas. So the similar study needs to be carried out on a higher floor of a residential building or even commercial building. But let's start and consider the wind if we are going for a natural ventilated building.
So considering your study and your experience with whatever data that you have collected, do you think that it is possible to come up with a corrective formula for a building which falls on the negative pressure side of a tall building?
Yes, it can be a starting point.
Hmm?
Because it will be a series of studies
Hmm.
till we come to a conclusion that building A, which is windward, building B, which is 10 meters away from building A, and building C, and in series, how does it happen? There are a lot of studies being done but that study is more about urban streets. And I'm trying to draw it more towards architectural design of an opening inside, and again the wind available inside, wind outside, wind available inside, and interface. And this is the junction that I'm studying. But yes, it can be further
And when you are going into the third phase of your study, now are you going to be giving some guidelines for designing the sizes of those openings
No.
at different levels?
I have categorically not using, I can share it with you, I'm not categorically using window as a word, because once we
Opening,
say window, There are paints, there are glasses, and there are n number of parameters that you have to look into. That becomes micro designing. I can give you percentage and location. So with that, somebody else can again pick it
Take
up
it
and build
forward.
it further for
Right.
industrial design or something.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pinky, you've shown us, you've served us the meal platter, but you've deprived us of the
I
dessert.
understand.
I mean, just a line on recommendations of what you intend to do would have been really
And that is also
appreciable.
verbal. I wish I could. It's all ready,
I
ma'am,
understand that,
but I have to publish it first.
It's not published, so I understand.
Thank you. It was really, really interesting as well, and I think the thoroughness of it and you having everything on top of your head was pretty impressive.
Thank you.
I think I would not I'm not convinced that the objective of your exercise is to produce a ready reckoner,
Okay.
because in your own words that is not possible, because that you're answering the question about the openings, the relationship between wind velocity, that and the size of the openings. So I think I would be cautious of saying that a ready reckoner is what your objective is, because as Professor Deshpande also said, that you're not looking at the context of the building at all, and
Major buildings, yes.
of major buildings. And also I think there are other things like urban heat sink that will influence the wind to a drastic effect. I mean, it will question all your graphs, because we've seen also how this urban heat can generate a microclimate, which is completely different from what even the geographical climate is.
The urban heat islands. Yeah.
Urban heat islands, yes. Thank you. And but I would also suggest that it would be so useful for everybody that if you could just list out your limitations, because it will open ways of getting into this very important aspect in terms of energy conservation and sustainability, how to use wind profitably to reduce air conditioning inside buildings as well, and to encourage passive waste. That if you could just say what you're not looking at, like the context, like the microclimate, the material of the building, like is there vegetation, park, all those things, so that this kind of study has an afterlife. I mean, after you, then you can probably collaborate with other people, and maybe in 5-6 years you are able to produce a ready reckoner. But I don't think that should be at as a
first hand.
It should not be forefronted, because then there are all of these assumptions and biases that will be. Thank you.
Can I defend myself? I just gave the glimpses of my total research. So I have not yet stated the limitations of my total research. I guess you can understand the whole picture, and that's why the limitation. That's the beauty about research for any young researchers. There's a word called as scope and limitation. They are actually your saviors. So yes, that is all covered. Right. Yes, ma'am. For the entire research, yes, those are the limitations and they are very much there. But for this presentation, since it was just one stage, so those limitations are already stated here. So thank you, ma'am.
Can we look at the objective of your study once? All right.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Ma'am, you have any comments? Okay. Thank you.
And now we are left with the two entries from Sri Venkateshwara College of Architecture in Hyderabad. We received their entries yesterday upon request of their supervisor, and I would just like to mention that these two papers are now reviewed by our reviewers. So we will just see the presentations, and they are not included in the souvenirs also because the souvenir was printed before we received their papers. So first we have Ulfat Jahan, and followed after that we have B. Ashita. So Miss Ulfat Jahan, please come here.
Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ulpa Jahan from Sri Venkateshwara College of Architecture. My topic is Northeast India Art and Architecture. Um, this research aims to highlight Northeastern regions, economic and social and cultural aspects, and to promote various development schemes initiated by central government. It seeks to promote diverse aspects of art and culture found, and a deeper understanding of regions that aims to preserve the rich heritage. The 8 states of the Northeast India are Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura, Sikkim. The objective is to study art history, criticism, and appreciation along with the architectural styles, uh, and to explore cultural and architectural typologies, understand heritage and architectural practices of communities, and the scope is to raise awareness among younger generations about the rich diversities, and to explore the culture and support socio-economic developments, preserve tradition while showcasing cultural diversities, um, and to also support the socio-economic development, preserve tradition while showcasing cultural development. Yeah. To we are here preserving and bringing the um, art and cultural traditions uh, to make a wide exposure to the in India, globally showcasing them as a gallery or exhibition. And in the Amendment Act of NEC, in December 2002, the Sikkim was declared as the eighth member of um, Northeastern states. Northeast India history involves diverse early settlers like Austroasiatic, Tibet, and Burmese and Indo-Aryans. Archaeological evidence shows early trade routes and valuable commodities. Today, the tribal identification is often tied to subtribes and villages with unique dialects, and the scheme of central government being undertaken to develop the northeastern region, which was proposed in 2014 to 2015, where the financial assistance is taken by the NGOs and the government agencies. The cultural and architecture are diverse and captivating, shaped by unique history, geography, and diverse communities. Cultural diversity with ethnic group, language, traditions, and festivals. Festivals are colorful and vibrant, reflecting religious diversity. Architecture combines traditional and modern elements, traditional house like stilt houses, different tribes, showcasing their local elements and materials. And the Northeastern architecture reflects environmental sensitivity and sustainability. these are the most performed traditional dance forms uh, which has been practiced in a different state. Yeah, in the traditional crafts among all the states are mutually the mutual craft of all the states are the similar use of material but with a different style. So the similar and the mutual materials are handloom and um, cane and bamboo and making textiles are the mutual arts which has been practiced but in a different style with of every state. In Arunachal Pradesh, there's vibrant craft tradition and tribe excels at craftsmanship. These are the crafts which has been made in the Arunachal Pradesh: cane and bamboo, cotton and wool, weapons, smoking pipes, wood carvings. Uh, in the other states also, there's similar crafts has been made, but with a different slight change and different touch in the craft. But with the similar material. Yeah. In Manipur, it is morely contributed to richness and variety with a blend of tribal traditions and Vaishnavism. And in Meghalaya is known for the variety of cane, bamboo holds primary place, and artistic textile weaving and pattern weaving. And in Mizoram, there is a large number of craftsmen and skills artisans. In Nagaland, the crafts made generally associated with religious beliefs. Tripura, the largest population of tribals, uh, is settled in Tripura state. The handloom is most important and follows the rule of simplicity. Yeah, these are the Sikkim crafts. Yeah, the architecture of Northeast India, they follow the vernacular architecture. They follow the tribal practice, and they have different tribes, kacha houses, bamboo and wooden kacha house. Uh, the construction types are mostly sloping roofs, which is a common architecture feature and is raised above the ground stilt levels. And use of local material available like brick, cane, mud, and lime. The architectural planning is mostly rectangular in shapes. They don't have windows. They have two major uh, doors, which is one in the front and one in the back. Mostly adopted linear planning. Yeah, there's different tribes of architectural practices. Assam traditional house, Kasi traditional house, Manipur traditional house. They follow the locally available materials and linear planning. Few follow rectangular plannings. The spaces provided are similar among all of them. The Adi tribe, the size of the house depends on the family, and the house is raised above the ground level. It has no windows. There are just two doors, one in the front and one in the back. The above is the Nishi tribe house. The staircases are provided outside of the house to and for the entrance and exit, and the stilt level is mostly used as storage and for cattle. Yeah, and so the conclusion is people residing in the northeast India needs to get help in their socio-economic and to preserve their crafts, to preserve their art existing, and to promote the craftsmanship and to showcase and to showcase in different states in India. And as presently northeastern India people has getting exposure to visit and travel and exhibit their um, arts crafts in various states. In presently it's been in Delhi and Bangalore, so it's growing slowly. So there must be more platforms to encourage to get encourage those artisans, those craftsmen. Yeah, that's it.
Uh, are you sure that the India map that you showed in the presentation is right?
I'm just sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just showing the Northeast India part. So,
Uh, I mean, please check for the correct map when you present to a larger audience. Okay?
uh, oh,
You have to be very careful. All right.
yeah, got it. Thank you.
We have the last presentation of the day by Miss B. Ashita.
Firstly, I would like to thank ma'am for giving us this opportunity even at the last point. So, my topic is expectant mothers haven. Haven is nothing but a safe place to learn, explore, and perform their activities. The theme is trends in contemporary architecture practices. Expected mother's heaven. It is nothing but in this I would like to create a sustainable built environment for the journey of motherhood. So nowadays in our lifestyle has changed and many advancements happening in society, mostly depending on outside food, uh, the busy life, and there is no focus on ourselves. And it's very important and necessary to nurture an expectant mother with a healthy built environment, not only with the healthcare, but also with the mental support and physical health. So my aim is to uh, build a harmonious space with care for pregnant women, with Vedic therapy and Ayurvedic medication, and also with the spiritual guidance, accommodation as a wellness center by creating a sustainable built environment for the journey of motherhood. For every problem they're facing, there is a Vedic Ayurvedic solution. So for this, there are three main things that are need to be taken care according to the Vedas. So one is the sanskar, vignan, and the samrakshan. It is nothing but a value to improve the body's mental health and physical strength, and also vignan, knowledge, to gain knowledge of uh, gaining knowledge of carrying a unborn. Um, and also care. As I was researching these things, there are so many things that have to be taken care. So some of these are proper diet, yoga, music, uh, some activities, and treatments. So today science have proved that baby can not only listen, touch, feel, but also can respond by its own way. More than 60% intellect development occurs in intrauterine phase. So as we know the story of Abhimanyu, like it it is in a Hindu mythology, says that Abhimanyu who is the son of Arjun, learned the famous war strategy of destruction of Chakravyuh when he was in the womb. So it is possible that the fetus can learn during the gestation period. Yeah, yes, it is possible. And we also know the story of Prahalada. He was actually born into a demon's family, but a mother had a devotional approach when she was carrying him. As a result, he was a well devotee of Lord Vishnu after he was born. So the scope of design that I think I can inculcate in my design is to design a space that are pleasant, lively, and that feels like home to the woman, and where they can feel free and safe to share their thoughts and perform different activities. And to design green spaces using proper landscape, informal natural gatherings and spaces, and also to include sustainable architecture. And the materials that used must be safe, the walk around and to feel around. Like example, the flooring, walls, pathways, seating spaces, and everything. Like even when I was asking some of the women in the government hospitals, they were not comfortable in the seating spaces, the environment, and all. And and in the design, we can also explore how the built up spaces are impacting the people, the user group. So there are so many organizations around India, and this is one of the organization in Ahmedabad. Like all the spaces they have are very congested, and they don't have a proper um, center that the proper functionality space that they can perform their all activities. So these are the other centers. I have actually inspired from the book that I have wrote by Dr. Diodar. There is a couple in Nasik. They have wrote a book called Conception of the Craftsmanship. So why I would like to point out this social issue, and why I want, as an architect, why I want to make it as a built-up space is like there are hundreds of centers in India, but they don't have any built-up space. Sorry, built-up spaces or spatial organizations, and there are hospitals. They only provide medical care, and there are Ayurvedic centers and yoga centers, uh, but they don't have any emergency cares. Even the organizations, even there are so many organizations in Hyderabad. They don't have a particular space. They actually use temples to perform workshops and other activities. And the purpose of the project is there are few concerns, like they need educational and counseling, and they need a safe and comfortable environment, access, and they need a space where they can access to the resources and gain knowledge, and they can be well prepared for the childbirth. And uh, and nowadays there are and nowadays women are independent and working, like in the previous generation there would be a mother-in-law or mother to educate their um, daughters, but uh, now as every woman is having their um, busy working life, uh, the next generation will not able to know all these. uh, these are some of the objectives. Creating some informal and casual spaces to have an interaction and have counseling sessions, and including green spaces and understanding the psychology of the pregnant woman, and designing not only for the woman as a main user group, it is like designing for the woman and also to the unborn. So these are the spaces. Yes, ma'am. So these are the spaces that I would like to introduce: medical and emergency care with accommodation and recreation, like having a yoga and hall and meditation hall, libraries, music therapy rooms, lecture halls, uh, food court or a restaurant, or Ayurvedic treatment rooms, gardens, and with administration. So, in conclusion, um, as an architect, I can explore and create innovative and sustainable built environment. That is the project of this expectant mother's haven. So, thank you.
You have not included men anywhere in your project. Huh?
Actually, it is so this I have also done my data collection, and I have also done the case studies. So uh, the the program that happens in the center uh, includes the couple, like they will be having lectures together, and seminars and all.
Good. At least you are trying something very innovative. So maybe there are some examples outside India.
Yes, that I have included in my desktop study. One is in Utopia. It is a maternity care center, which includes the accommodation and.
Good.
Thank
you. All the best.
Thank you. Sir.
So, expectant mother's haven, what is the profile of the mother in your head when you think of expectant mother haven? Number one, in terms of urban, rural, working, single, that, and then what is the cultural specificity of that model of haven that you are um, working on or propagating?
Okay. So, in this presentation, I have shown the social issue that is taking place in a global level. But into the design, I have used some limitations and restricted it to the region level, and created a space according to, like, in a city.
That's very vague, no? So does so I mean, you need to profile that woman first. So, is this woman living in an apartment with a husband? Is she working full time? Is this a woman in a joint family system with accessible community around? Who is this woman? Because that will dictate your design, no? And so, how do you then? How the challenge, of course, is also how to bridge that specificity to a larger group. So that is the challenge.
Yes, ma'am. Like the user group that you're talking about, uh, it can be any woman that is conceiving with a family. They can come to this center.
How do you define a family? What is a family?
A mother, father, and if they already have a if they already have another baby and their whole family.
Mother-in-law there, father-in-law.
Like they can bring their family. The woman can come here with their family. That I mean, the accommodation that I have provided is for the other two people. Like the treatment goes, like even the Ayurvedic treatment that goes from 3 days to 21 days. So in that time of period, they will be with them, like even the mother-in-law or the husband, anyone can come with them.
So all that information is we're getting now. We didn't get it earlier.
I wanted to short it down in the presentation about the topic,
And
but
also, you're making assumptions of what is the best way of delivering a child. You're also making assumptions. Some people now want that, home birthing is taking
ma'am.
on, because going to the hospital, you open yourself to a lot of infections, and now people are saying that, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
And water birthing is another one. There are lots
Yes,
of
ma'am.
these ideas. So
I have actually included that in my design. So I have provided a health club in my design, in which there is an Ayurvedic term that is called as Sutika Gara, which is the labor room, and I have also researched. Like Ayurveda comes from the book Sushruta Samhita. So there are some uh, what do we say? Some points in that book, like how a labor room should be there according to the Vedas. So the directions of the door opening and uh, what are the things that the dimensions of the room and
I mean, you also have to then, if you want to choose that path, then just stick to that path. I mean, there is a whole sanskar vidhi in our followed by a lot of traditional homes where
Yes, yeah.
garb sanskar and the
Hmm.
from that to the upanan ceremony, all the rituals that are followed, and it's detailed out to elaborate detail. So you can't do everything. You have to like pick one stream and then commit to it and then go deep into it. And design is different from writing a research paper. In research paper, you have to exercise scholarly detachment from your material. You have to see what is there. You can't be biased towards one or against one. If you are, then it has to be clearly laid out in your scope and limitation. This is so I think that's what you're doing. I think this is a thesis report rather than a research paper, right? Is this a
Like-
thesis report?
Yes, ma'am. Like even the limitations and all, I did not include them in presentation, but it's there, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And that brings us to the end of the presentations for today. We will break for a short tea break and resume again in 15 minutes in this room. So please proceed to the lobby. Huh? No, it's just outside, ma'am. We need that time, ma'am. We need 2 student volunteers on the stage. By the time ఏంటి
Without inaugurating it, they can collect it later. They can collect and leaving. One mic to yourself in case you want to.
ఏంటి
In case you can also keep one for yourself.
No, I want to. Everybody is back in the hall. Hmm. They don't have. I have it here.
In the morning,
Hmm?
in the morning they
No. I will send. Nihal, I'm sending you the poster. Please project it. Not this one. No, Nihal, I sent you just now. Nihal, I sent to you on WhatsApp. Okay, we'll start the last part of today's session. Welcome back, everybody. And now I would request our chief guest and jury member for today, Professor Jayashree Deshpande and Professor Dr. Harvind Bhandari, to come and take your seat on the stage. I would also request our chairperson and Dean of GITAM School of Architecture, Professor Vibhuti Sachdev, to come on stage. I will invite our director, Professor Sunil Kumar, to come on stage and felicitate our Dean Madam. Ma'am, we request you to say a few words to our audience.
What shall I say? Thank you so much for inviting me. I know wasn't part of this process. It's been going on since February, so I don't think I can claim any credit for this wonderful event that was hosted by you all and the faculty, and your passion and your dedication towards research was clearly visible. And I'm sure our eminent guests here would share that sentiment that you did your best. And I think there's a long road ahead. Research in architecture is now core to how we learn architecture. So you cannot actually ignore your research. And the more you do research, the stronger your research muscle will become. And strengthening that research muscle is important because it affects your design clearly. I mean, the sharper you are with your critical thinking, with your arguments, this is how you're going to win projects as well. So long road ahead, but good luck, and we'll see more of each other, and hopefully take this research agenda forward into the coming times. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now time for the best paper awards. So I would request the participants to come in front, and when we call out the name, please come and collect your certificate. I will call out the names. Awards. Yes. So the award for the best paper in the PhD Research Scholar category goes to architect Aparajita Kaushik. Hmm? No, if you kept the certificates here.
I just wanted to say that Aprajita got this prize, and we said obviously only because she was the only candidate. But I must say that her work was very good, and she deserves that prize, whether being the only one or not. So congratulations, Aprajita. Yes.
I will just take a moment to thank my guides, Dr. Professor Sanjeev Singh from SPA Bhopal and Dr. Professor Manmohan Kapshe from Manet Bhopal. Thank you, sirs.
I meant obvious because her work was good. I meant obvious because her work was good, not because she was, just to clarify.
No, fine. Good work. Very good. Congratulations.
The third prize in the student category goes to Mr. Naramdeep Verma. The third prize is for 10,000. The third prize is for 15,000 rupees. The second prize in the student category goes to Ms. Harshita Aluri. And it is a cash prize worth 20,000. And the first prize in the student category goes to Ms. Tejasvi. And the cash prize is worth 25,000 rupees.
So for us, the entire day was a very interesting day because we got to see so many different works from different schools of architecture. I must compliment all of the participants because each one had a strong point and each one had something to say about the work that they had done. So congratulations to all the presenters. Just sharing the process that we followed. Initially, we had thought that we would have at least one prize in the master's category and two in the UG because based on the numbers that were presented in each category. And also, the awards that were announced on the poster said UG and PG together and three prizes. When we looked at the projects that were presented, we felt as a team, all of us, I speak on behalf of all of us, that the work of the master's students was more of a documentation work rather than a research work. So we felt that in a situation like this, it would be nice to encourage the undergrad students to and also appreciate what they have done at that level. So we moved on to the undergrad students, the presentations, and we found that there were some presentations which were inclined more towards documentation, while some were more towards the research process. It was a difficult decision, but we were given certain guidelines as to the judgment, the content, the objective, the way it was presented. So, looking at all these, we have been able to arrive at the top three. In addition to the top three, we have also suggested to the organizers that there could be two more uh, certificates or special mentions or citations for the best documented projects. So there were projects which involved a lot of documentation, which was quite good. So I believe the
Yes,
coordinators.
and those certificates go to Miss Kashish Garg and Mr. Hisham Ahmed.
You will receive
It's
your.
our apologies that we don't have the certificates for this.
No. You come up, please. We'll have a
Yes, so
photograph with you.
We will courier the certificates to you. Yes.
This was to
We will
motivate
send
the
the certificates
participants
to
who
you.
had put in adequate effort
Kashish Garg.
to reach a certain level,
He's in
and
the
we
last-
felt that it
second
would
last, I think.
justify the decision of giving them a citation. The citation certificates are not ready, so I believe that they will be dispatched to the participants by post, but we would love to have you here for a photograph.
This is for The cash prize for these awards are sponsored by Mr. Rakesh Reddy of SIP Properties Private Limited. He wanted to be here. Okay. Okay. And now I will request Sunil sir to open the souvenirs and hand it over to our chief guest. And participants, before leaving, please collect the souvenirs with your papers published in it and enjoy reading. And before we proceed to the closing ceremony, I would request our chief guest, Dr. Harvin Bhandari, to speak a few words about her experiences today.
Thank you so much. First of all, let's have a big round of applause for all the participants and the award winners and the entire team, Professor Sunil, Professor Shravanti, Dr. Paul, who've been coordinating this. You realized you've just presented a paper in a national seminar. So let's clap once again. Let's be happy about it. Okay, and all those who've not been able to make up to the award, they shouldn't be disheartened because first step is always the hardest. Once you take that, you will reach somewhere definitely if you keep working. And one thing more, I feel because you are few of the others who took the dare to write the paper. I think most of you must have written first research paper, so called. Am I right? So then you need a big congratulations. I have some observations which are common, so I just noted and I thought I should bring forth. When you write a research paper, the research aim, objective, or goal, whatever you mentioned in your slides, many of you mentioned to understand or thought it to bring something to the public domain. That is very important because you've noticed something that is not in the public domain. But for a research paper, it has to be much more than that. It is different from a master's design project or a BArch design project. For a research paper, it can be explore, appreciate, understand, case study examples, as you guys all have mentioned. But beyond that, it is also to analyze, to validate, and to come to something that you conclude, which is the inference or the key takeaways from your research. Then another thing that I felt was the papers presented had questionnaire survey. Some of them had that component. But what you missed on is to include those responses in your results or discussion section, which help you to reach to the findings. And the questions that you ask your respondent, many of the questions were general, like you went on the site, you took an interview, you prepared those questions on your own. Am I right? That's what you did? I was seeing the last presentation also. So it doesn't happen like this. For a research paper, for a case study project, for your architectural thesis report, we go on site, we ask questions, and on the basis of that, we frame our report. But when we write a research paper, because this goes to a larger domain, it goes for publication and then is being read and referred by the other people. So whatever questions you select for your questionnaire, there is a process to it, which we call the design of research instrument, which involves validation also. So you need to be a little more careful. Maybe you're not able to understand what I'm saying, so I'll just give you some keywords. There's a reliability and validity test for a questionnaire. I know everybody is Google prompt, you can go back and do that. So on the basis of reliability and validity, we select those questions, whether these are apt to be asked to the respondent and whether all these questions will cover the entire domain of the research. And one thing more, references were majorly missing in all the presentations. They should have been a part of it because we're talking about a research paper. In-text citation is different, reference is different, both should be there. I think I could see only in the one PhD presentation, which is again was obvious because she's a PhD scholar, but you should also take care. And one common question which I could see if I interpret it right, that Professor Vibhuti asked 3 students, what is the human behavior? What is your perception of a human? What is nature? And you answered some 5 elements. And the last one, women in the last. What do you mean by family or woman? And what kind of family structure you are looking at? So basically in all these, ma'am was trying to ask to limit the scope of your research. Am I right? Whenever you pick up a research construct, something that you're going to research on, there is a term called operationalization. In that, what we do, we pick up that word. It may have XYZ meanings for other people. Nature may be different for you. For me, it can be the surrounding environment, the built environment, anything. So we frame a definition and we say, for the purpose of this study, this word means this, and the entire research is based on this. So that is the technical word is the operationalization. We create those operational definitions and then we conduct the research, which was very apparent in the PhD paper she presented, because she clearly mentioned if she's talking about wind, that was wind velocity affecting the comfort, daytime, and all those scope parameters. So this is something I felt should have been there. And one thing very, very important, which is for a reviewer, every presentation that you present at any platform should definitely have a slide number. Because when the reviewer or the person sitting will note down the comments, he or she will remember it from the slide number, which was not there in any presentation. So that is very important. So keep writing, keep doing good work, and thank you so much. I would especially thank the team here for coordinating it so well and inviting me. It was really an honor to share the stage with Jayashree ma'am and Professor Vibhuti. These two are really learned and expert people in the field, and I'm so happy to be a part of this today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Now I will request Professor Jayashree Deshpande to say a few words.
I think say a few words I have already done regarding the process of selection of papers. But Now is the time, I think, to appreciate what has been done. To conduct a program or a symposium of this level, which is a national level, is not an easy task. And I can see the kind of effort that has gone into conducting this program right from the day when it was conceptualized, through calling for papers, going through them, reviewing them, and then coming to a state where you selected just a small number of papers for presentation today. So I think it is a big accomplishment, and I would compliment the entire team at GITAM School, headed by Professor Sunil and his able team comprising of, I know, Shuparni and Shivanti ma'am, but I'm sure there would be others whose names I'm not able to take today now because I don't know them. But without the contribution, unlimited contribution of all these team members, a program doesn't become successful. So congratulations to all of you at Team Geetam for the excellent work that you have done. Thank you so much. Also, it is a privilege to be here with you all and be a part of the entire process of the last day to select the best papers, having known that they have come from across the country. They're not just limited to any one city or one state, but we have papers from across the country. Also, it is creditable that the organization has kind of funded not just a prize, but also they have taken care of the travel, the accommodation needs, and other needs of the participants, which is something that I think needs a special mention. The conduct was quite flawless, I must say, but a few things that I would like to add is one, if we can have code numbers for the entries that come, we will, I think, add to the credibility of the program. So I'm suggesting that next year onwards, we have code numbers so that we will only declare the names when the results are declared. Second thing, I would request all the participants to adhere to the deadlines. The deadlines are declared with a certain end product in mind. So if you adhere to the deadlines, it is a good thing because you do not deprive yourself. See, somebody who comes up with a project at the last moment and it gets included, you have to understand that it forewent the possibility of getting it peer reviewed and bringing it into the mainstream. So if you stick to the deadlines, you have that advantage. So please do follow the deadlines meticulously. At times, the deadlines are extended by the organizers for all. So it's a very democratic process. But please do follow these. And we look forward to having another cycle of the program next year. And we hope that we will go to a higher level. That is a responsibility that I put on your shoulders. And I'm sure you will handle it capably. Thank you very much, all of you. And thank you, participants, because without your presence and your contribution, a program does not become successful. Now, somebody can conceptualize and want to conduct, but unless you respond and you put forth good work on the platform, it is not satisfying to anybody. So the first and the biggest thank you also goes to all the participants who have spent the time and energy to write and come on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And next year, we foresee that this event will be held in association with COA. And now we will hand over the participation certificates to all the participants. Call the names one by one. Harshita Aluri. Participation certificate, please come, all of you, please come here on stage. I will call the names, please collect your certificates. Yes. Miss Harshita Aluri, Miss Tejasvi, Miss Kashish Garg, Mr. Namamdeep Verma. Miss Mania Vadwa. Please stay here. We'll take a group photo. Why? Oh. Okay. Miss Sai Sanjana T. Miss Saindavi. Miss Harshita Yadula. Miss Ulfat Jahan and Miss B. Ashita. No, but they can stand. They participate. In the postgraduate category, Ms. Architect Asia Munir, Architect Hisham Ahmad, and Architect Viswa Vinod Nair. Mm. And Architect Aparajita Kaushik in the PhD category. Ticket. Ask her to. Ticket. Coming. We request all our faculty members to come on stage. No, no, we'll send it to a journal. If you can suggest. And now please let me take the pleasure of announcing the next conference for the next year. So Nihal, please project the poster on the screen. Thanks. After this.